Three uno dos tres. Hello, hello, we are here. I did it. I pressed the button. I'm alive. That's right. That's right. It happened. We were all there for it. I think all the maps are still the same as last season. What is the one that ruins my day? I think it's White Rabbit. At third base is so hard to get on this one. Wah! Katie! Katie has served 79 months of their sentence. Incredible. Incredible. I'm just gonna say this. I've had so many horrible games on White Rabbit. I'm just gonna need you guys to be okay with me vetoing it. I didn't veto a single map last season. I played all of them the whole way. Got a long way to go too. yeah, you do. But I would say this was the map I least enjoyed playing on, if it's appropriate or fair for me to say that. This was the map I enjoyed playing the least, was White Rabbit, so I am gonna veto it. I could actually give some real opinions on these maps, I suppose. Tourmaline's fine. I actually kind of like it. It's a pretty map, lots of grass. Old Republic, you can take a third base on it. Like, you can actually cover your third from your main a little bit, which, it's very good for Nathan. Tater Citadel. Now, this one, it's actually like that middle is so blocked off. I think it's a pretty alright map. It's a pretty nice season for Terran. The 10,000 feet map. Now this one I just thought was like somebody's thing, right? Obvious, it's always somebody's thing. But that being said, I don't know. I feel like I do have some interesting games on this one. So I feel like I have a lot of crazy games on 10,000. So there you go. Ruby Rock. Maybe this one sucks too. This one's got to be pretty rough too. I need to look at my win rate. I need to check my match history. Celestial Enclave. Yeah, this map just blows. I actually do hate this map. I actually really do hate this map. This map is like another perfect example of when somebody thinks that because they are adding a new mechanic to the game, that they are, just because the map automatically becomes experimental by nature of what it is, they then believe that just because you've given the octopus one tentacle that's a chainsaw, you must now turn every other tentacle into something else. Do you guys know what I'm saying? Like, what if there was an octopus that just had one tentacle that was a chainsaw? What if everything else about the octopus was normal? Why does every appendage of the octopus have to change just because we're going with the concept that one of the tentacles is not just a tentacle? Like, am I crazy here? This is the biggest trap that anytime someone so the whole point of this map is that there's a special worker only path you can use to get into the back of their base, which is like cool, no other unit can use it. But at the same time, they were then like, oh yeah, but what we're also going to do is like make this a pocket base. So it's not like, oh, it's a faster scouting path. It's like, no, it's a free pass into their base, which is completely different. But then at the same time, they're like, well, we're also going to make it so that you have rocks that go into your natural. So you can't just expand down this ramp into your third base either. So it's like they just, they're cooking a little bit too much. And I think Walter White would say that they were overthinking it, like when they were in the lab working on this map. So I am going to veto this map, mostly because it will bring me great pleasure to never have to play it again. Just because of how poorly designed it is, really. That's all. Now, Winter Madness, I actually had no issues with this map. This map reminds me a lot of Abyssal Reef, which I think is one of the best maps we've probably played in the last few years. Mothership, this map is a nightmare. This map is an absolute nightmare, but it's a 3-player map, and it looks pretty cool. I think it looks funky because the minimap can only show so much, but it's like they crammed part of the mothership into the corner because they're like trying to fit a triangle in a square, so there's just all this open space that's blocked off here. And I actually do like what they were doing with it, mostly because they didn't like experiment with any other part of the map. Like, the only thing about this map that's weird is that it's 3-player. But otherwise, it feels like they gave a pretty fair shake at making a decent map. So, that's enough for me, personally. But I think Celestial Enclave and White Rabbit are the two maps that absolutely suck the fun out of the game. And the cool thing is that there's still, like... Back in the day, we only had 7 maps. So, that would put me down to 5. But now we have 9 maps, so I'm down to 7. So I'm personally pretty happy that I have the option to play on, I'm pretty happy that I have the option to play on those kinds of maps. Alright. My game is very quiet. Okay. Well, that should... Oh, wait, yeah, I wanted to look at my match report. I guess I have to, like, unzoom out of it, huh? Winter Madness. Oh, the old map names aren't even there. Yeah, no, we didn't really play enough games, I guess. I think your map analysis is superior. Thank you. I appreciate that. You have to keep in mind, you know, the whole thing, it's very political for the folks that are involved, you know? It's very political for the map makers, but it's also, it's a part of the dance, you know? It's like how Real World used to be, where, like, you say that it has nothing to do with, like, trying to get picked, but also everything is about kind of just catering to what you know will get you picked. Because if you get picked, you're in the game, which is amazing, right? Like, what achievement could be better than being in the game? Why would you not try and do everything you can to get picked by a biased judge? I totally get it. Most map makers will fervently deny that that happens, but, I mean... It's hard to see. It's hard to see how it would happen. It's hard to see how it would happen. Why wouldn't you want to make a map that you know a pro gamer will like if you know a pro gamer is going to vote on what the next map is? I just hope we get another patch. It would be really cool if we heard something. I feel like it's already too late for the Chinese tournament this month, but it would have been really, really cool if we could have gotten another update before the Chinese event this month. But based on the timeline that they patched back in October, they did take about the whole 3 weeks to do it. So that even if we started today based on the old time frame, we wouldn't make it. So tragic. We're starting today off against a Zerg, which is nice. All the guys that have been watching that have been like, Nathan, you're not in Master League, and they didn't realize the ladder was locked. Those guys are going to be coming in thirsty today. They need to know. They need to know when the ladder is not locked. Does Nathaniel get promoted directly into Master League? Because you don't watch Diamond League streamers, do you? No. No. And why would you? Even if half my games are against Grandmasters. They just like me because I'm hot, guys. I think some people just like me because I'm hot, and they don't really care about what's inside. It's heartbreaking. Really is. There you go. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Free fries. What? Extra on the bottom of the bag? Wah. I'd swipe right on that. We get the extra gases really quickly and we just go straight. We go straight into it. I think we can afford a tank. I have a tank. Gonna need one. I'm gonna need one. Just one, hopefully. Hey matey, I've been a long time away from SC2. How's it going in terms of championships and stuff? Most of the esports scene is like pretty fragmented and small these days. It's like a lot of weekly cup type things. Every year, people like get their hands together and pray that the Crown Prince Suleiman Al Habib will run another StarCraft tournament, and that's it. There's usually one of those a year. That's about it. So EWC was back in September. I still don't believe everybody's been paid for it, and that's the only thing that really happens. Although I do hear people. I hear whispers that there will be another Home Story Cup this year, so a couple people have brought up Home Story Cup here. Blizzard came back and started updating the game again, like back in October. But there's no Blizzard doesn't put any money into the esports scene now for several years, so it's pretty dried out. If you don't mind watching the same three people over and over and over again, you know, it's still like they're still pretty good, but if we went from having like 24 interesting players to watch every tournament, we're down to like maybe 4. But Blizzard is updating the game again. They made probably the biggest set of changes they've ever made in StarCraft, actually, like last, again, October, so. They redesigned Psystorm for the first time ever. They added Dark Swarm to Infestors. They did change quite a few things, but the game is mostly suffering from a lack of attention from Blizzard. So that's what I was rambling about. But Blizzard China is actually running events for the game over there, so I think our chances of getting more updates may be tied to their programs and the success of that stuff, so we'll see. But I'm happier about StarCraft than I've been in a while. Obviously the esports thing is like, you know, that's just its own thing. There's not much you can do about that. Blizzard used to single-handedly fund every single season of GSL for the production and prize pool and everything, so, you know, things could only go so long without their support. Things could only go so long without their support. But if Blizzard China ends up being the only ones doing stuff, I mean, StarCraft 2 is actually, like, has more players from China than any other region, so it would actually be pretty sick if that was what got them to update the game again. The game was not available in China for a few years while the contracts were getting renegotiated after Microsoft bought Blizzard. So, basically, there was a lot up in the air. So, they only recently started offering Blizzard games back in China in like the last year or two that the process has started up again, I guess you could say. So we might see more activity from them just because of that. Like, the Chinese scene on its own is probably enough to get Blizzard to patch the game. Most of the American and European fans of StarCraft are like, they're at like stage 5 of grief. They've already like completely reached acceptance that the game will never get like updated or touched again, but they can be some small-minded at times and forget that there's a bigger world out there of people who do play StarCraft, so thankfully. Casually forgot I was watching while fixing a cat tree. Hey Kevin, I got a question for you. Have you ever seen this show? I only recently discovered it on accident. It's called My Cat from Hell. There's a really, really, really incredibly dressed man named Jason Galaxy who goes to people's homes and helps them with their problematic cat issues. And I just need to know if you've ever seen him. If you get a chance, just Google. I'm pretty sure his name is Jason Galaxy. I don't know if he does anything else, so fair warning, it's on MTV. But he's got, he's like the cat whisperer. And I don't know, I just needed to share that with you, really. He's almost like becoming a fixture of our home now, so I need to pass that. I need to pay that forward, rather. If you don't forward this to at least 15 other people within 20 minutes, you will fall into an endless abyss. I'm allowed to say that on TV, right? I can just casually tell people they're cursed, right? I don't think that was ever an issue. Bro. Well, the thing with this is that while I do have my crazy good upgrades, he is fighting me with like everything. But you see, I'm still able to kill the corruptors because they have no upgrades and I have 2/2. So upgrades are very important, guys. Get them. There you go. First educational clip of the day recorded. Oh my goodness, that's right. Oh, and Nathanias is balling on another level today. You guys don't want to get in my way. You don't. His face is so familiar. Yeah, no, it's actually quite good. I mean, I'm trying to be a better cat dad myself, so a lot of the advice and stuff that he gives seems pretty straightforward. And then also you're just like, wow, do this many people really just casually abuse their pets without realizing it? They're like, I was watching this episode where they're like, yeah, you know, he's just so problematic because he's just always, you know, he's always freaking out. He's always trying to fight us. And the guy's like, can you show me the behavior? And they like walk down the hall and the cat like peeks around the corner and they're like, yeah, look, there he is. He's pissed. And he's like, your cat is looking at you from around the corner as you move through the hallway of your home. He's like, you think he looks pissed? So it was, yeah, anyway, interesting. I don't think this show's contributing to my brain rot. I hope it makes me a better cat owner. But, yeah. Jason Galaxy. You can just tell that's a man who's dedicated his entire life to trying to help cats out. You hear a lot about crazy cat ladies, but if a crazy cat guy exists, Jason Galaxy is a crazy cat guy. He is. We've got a lot of battle cruisers. Do you have an army here for me, bro? Oh my goodness. Yeah, sure. Thanks. I'll take that. Hell yeah. Tears of dog grooming. Many people have no idea. Yeah, that's fair. Oh man, you've had to deal with a lot of pet owners, like face to face, huh? Yeah, you totally get it. Yeah, you better run those corruptors away, dog. What you got? Does he have upgrades yet? No, he still has no upgrades on the corruptors. My BCs almost have 3/3, so just teleport one at a time. I think we'll kill everything here just because of the upgrade difference. Battlecruiser ASMR. Is he trying to base trade me? Oh my god, come on, man. I got kids. No, he is, though. He is trying to base trade me. He is. Teleport out. Yeah, yeet. You mess with the battle cruiser, you get the Yamato. That's how it works. The 07. Not even bad, but they just like don't understand. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, you think about how I learn more and more every day how few people understand or know what empathy is. So if you can't have it for other people, then yeah, I'm not surprised. There's a lot of people who don't understand their animals at all either. They just like think of them as objects that have pre-programmed patterns that they can't break and shit. That they don't actually have like thoughts, you know? People are like, oh yeah, actually the only thing that hears words in its head and that tell it what to do is me, right? Nobody else, nothing else, right? My internal monologue is the only thought process that exists. Or I guess there's also a good amount of people that probably maybe just get their first pet and have never had a pet and they assume it'll be easier than it is, but they actually do care. I'd say that's a fair category as well. I'm sure there are things I do wrong that I have no idea that I'm doing wrong, you know, because there's just no immediately visible consequences, even though I like to think of myself as very, very, very on top of how my dog is doing. I love my pooch. I like to think that I'm a slight helicopter dad to my golden, but you know, they like that. He's a very healthy boy. He's a very healthy dog, I'll tell you that. I've got so many battle cruisers. Should we just YOLO? Is it YOLO o'clock? Oh, look at the time. Yeah, you know, I say we just go. Why not? Like, honestly, though, like, why not? Look at that. Beautiful. Anybody need salt? You're gonna make more corruptors. That'll do it. More is usually the answer. More is usually the answer. He's trying to override my kill counter, so my battlecruisers self-destruct after reaching their pre-programmed kill limits. Unfortunately for him, my battlecruiser's kill limit is set to the number of sequels made to the children's animated series A Land Before Time. There's a lot of sequels to A Land Before Time. There you go. Should see our dog trainer raise her 2 babies. Dogs and toddlers are very similar developmentally. Just like walking around, bumping into everything, grabbing everything. Just keep everything out of reach. See, that's probably what the cats think of us. This large naked cat is so dumb. Can't even clean himself. Probably can't even think. Yeah, probably, right? Our cats just look at us like big lumbering oafs. Or big lumbering oafs. There you go. Diamond 1. We'll see. We'll see what it takes to get that promo. Fair. Yeah, R&D Orchestra. 6-7. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah, so I got a new DVD bounce logo. I worked on it. Over the little break here. So now it's a lot clearer to see when there's a corner hit. Okay, guys. I thought you would all want to know that. So you don't have to worry anymore about whether you can see if it hit the corner or not. I know. Huge update. Life-changing, really. And that's why I shared it. I did set up the C++ for... I just think that there's something I'm doing wrong with getting the WebSocket interacting correctly. There's a console command that can be input to the DVD logo source that will spawn extra logos with full collision and a timed out life and stuff, you know? Like, I've kind of got it there. The function is there. I've tested the function pretty thoroughly and it works, but I'm just having a mild issue getting it so that when I run the StreamerBot code, it correctly invokes to the WebSocket to run that command in the console that then spawns the rest of my... Yeah, it spawns the new logo, basically. So the multi-ball thing is actually functional. I can't plug it in. I'm having trouble plugging it in. So... But I've tested it on the back end. It's just the front end communication side of things. So I'm really trying to avoid having to run like an NPM server constantly for OBS. So I don't want to do that. I'm trying to do it just through OBS WebSocket. But there will be additional balls. There'll be additional logos bouncing around temporarily anytime people support the stream, basically. So that's what we're going for. We're very close. But so far today, I updated it so that there's a little bit of a border glow that you can see it hit when it hits the edge. So it's a little softer, a little bit more visible than the old one. And there is a super special animation that it does when it hits the corner. That's very, very, very visible. So that's a bit of what I did yesterday. Also went bowling. I went bowling with my cousin Roman for the first time in a long time. It was a good time. No, I did not win. No, don't ask me my score. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from Croatia. Thank you, Nathanias. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you as well. Hey, Tadak. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from Belgium. Hell yeah. Shout out to Belgium and Croatia. Yeah, I get the armories. Always get the armories. But yeah, not much going on. There was a new episode of Below Deck last night. We watched that this morning. We played a couple ARAMs this morning. I went as Darius. I went like 12 and 8 maybe, and we won. And then I played a game as Nidalee, and I went 14 and 4, and we lost. But you know, that is just the way that it goes sometimes, right? Can't win them all. Certainly smarted a little bit. But Darius is always really fun to play in ARAM, so. Oh, he's coming. He's an angry elf. This is because I killed his overlord, I guess, huh? From Le Mans? Ay, ay, ay. 24 hours of Le Mans. Ah, one of the most nightmarish gigs I've ever worked. That was a tough one. Bro, this guy's absolutely a psychopath, though. He's just gonna throw more Banes in, right? He's crazy. He's crazy. I'm building 2 battle cruisers, so I'm just hoping that he dies to my BC counterattack when I get the chance to do it. That's it. Hopes are I'm gonna keep my hopes high. It costs a lot for him to do this, right? It costs a lot for him to do it, so. I mean, we almost stopped it, right? Like, that was almost enough. I think that's game though, right? I just don't think the BCs were gonna be out in time to stop that. I tried, guys, I tried. See how this goes. Since when are real-time captions a thing? I've had them available on my channel for a while. They're done by per streamer though. Like, people have to provide their own captions. You only see them on my stream because I have them set up. If you don't see them on other streamers' channels, it's because they... I mean, you could just assume the nice thing, which is they don't know, but yeah. You could assume that they don't know. I wouldn't say it's because they don't care. It's like, you gotta get a plug-in, and I use a plugin that like just live transcodes everything I say, and that just sends that feed through. So, all right, this is the same guy again. Oh, he didn't want to do a third one. Wow, he didn't want to get battle cruisered again. he didn't want to play James Dokes for. Oh, he was a different guy. He didn't want to run into Dokes for game 2. That's funny. Do you think he like Baneling busts every single game then? What was his drone count when he killed me? Yeah, even towards the end, the discrepancy was never... Yeah, it was never even that bad. Because obviously I was about to lose all those SCVs I left before they died, but... What a game. Cool stuff. Yeah, I'm always trying to find ways to make the stream viewing experience better. I appreciate you. There's lots of stuff out there to watch, so thank you for hanging out with me and watching my stuff. I don't know if NT nice try is a common expression in SC2, but NT, sir. I feel you. Shorthand compliments are, what's wrong with that? I love that. You found a way to make it easier for yourself to say nice things to other people? Oh my goodness. That's so attractive. I mean, that's from the bottom of my heart. I love that. Cyril with a A-R-R-E-L. I like that. He's got a little upside down Cyril. That's his name. That's pretty funny. NVIDIA released a pretty big upgrade for their transformer model based upscaling solution. So if you are somebody who uses DLSS, they They put out a pretty big, massive new model for it at CES today. I think the driver officially shipped today. I am not using Windows to play StarCraft, but StarCraft also does not have any way to implement DLSS, so even if I wanted to, I could not demonstrate it here. I have been trying to set up my DLSS mod on Resident Evil 4 again, but I have to admit, guys, I don't know if something happened, because I simply cannot, I can't get it to work. I can't get the DLSS mod to work on RE4, so that's like literally the last thing I'm waiting for before I start streaming it again, because I've almost got everything so perfect. I've been testing and practicing and doing stuff. But anyway, yeah, I'm excited. You guys can tell. Nathan's been having a lot of fun streaming, so I would just really like to see that. I'd also like YouTube to let me send 2 transcodes, so I can have shorts feed and the ability to full screen it. You know, I want to be able to send the full screen on YouTube Shorts with my stream. That's my resolution for 2026, is for them to just do that for me. Thank you. So hatchery finishing around 2 minutes means it's a kosher opener. We should be safe. Yep, there's pool is not even done. He's got second. Actually, he's got 3. He's got 3 drones on gas. He's been following the stream for a long time, huh? Yeah, anyway, patch notes for today's stream, TLDR. Bouncing DVD logo viewing experience has been enhanced. Then that's it. Further enhancements are on the way. Eventually, I want to turn it into a massively multiplayer online game that people can only play through my chat. Yeah, I got one of the oldest channels on Twitch now, right? Especially since I never got, like, banned or deleted for anything. I've been a good boy. Done a good job. We got him. The thing is, all he saw was double armory, so it doesn't, that alone doesn't really tell him anything. Although, he could, through the power of deductive reasoning, come up with an answer. Nate, if you keep the tank on the high ground, even if it doesn't cover your whole wall, you don't instantly lose the game if he busts you like before. Wow, what an insightful suggestion. Thank you, Nathan. You're welcome. What are you up to? Not much. can't do that. Some intrusive thought of mine was like, let's just expand. And I'm like, you have not started your you have not started your thing yet, Nathaniel. I've not actually begun building your battle cruiser yet. Should do that first. See, look, there you go. Only took him a minute, and he showed up. You weren't gonna get away with that if you went for it. You crazy man. Roach Warren, so I'm guessing the lair is in the main. He's getting it now. It's a very late lair to be dealing with 1-1 upgraded battle cruisers. He's gonna be fighting battle cruisers that are 1-1. I mean, that sounds like sounds no bueno. No bueno. Yeah, just burst it. Getting his lair would be pretty good too. Hey Nate, hope the new year's treating you well. Yeah, I'm hanging in there. Thanks. Hope you're doing okay yourself, sir. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. So many. So many. Yo, these BCs they're 1-1, like I said. Sorry, I haven't started 2-2 yet. I'm getting there. Look, it costs money. It costs money. Oh. He's like, why is this so difficult? My battle cruisers have 1-1 and you don't have upgrades. Yahoo! Now we expand. Oh, yeah. You're welcome. Trust me, no one else will ever do that to you, I promise. Alright? That no one's ever gonna do it to you the way I just did. I promise that. This feels like it should be illegal. I like that. Oh yeah, he's just shocked that I have the upgrades. Yeah, exactly. Can't believe it. You guys think he's got like secret infestors hidden somewhere? Does this hurt the Zerg? Well, I don't think Zerg feel pain, you know? It's a part of what makes them so annoying. They don't... If they could feel pain, then there'd probably be some nervous system reaction that tells them to flee from danger, and yet they always seem to run right into blenders when given the opportunity, so... Is that analysis? Have I broken it down for you? I have 2-2 as well, so now we're just headed into 3-3 territory. I'm even going to wait to turn this into a planetary so I can get my +3. There we go. We'll build more orbitals inside the base where they're safe and can be floated out in case he spends a billion gas smiting one of our fangs. Well, you're good at building lots of queens and then patrolling units on the map. But do you have any other marketable skills? Look at that, resources lost. 2.9 to 13.7. That's beautiful. Ah, guys, that's... If that's not peak TVZ, I don't know what is. And in fairness, I think there's a lot of people who would agree that I don't know what peak TVZ is, so that one really is open to interpretation. GG, though. Did he get any upgrades by the end? He managed to squeeze +1. Where was his last spire? Where did he... Was there another one at the end that I didn't see? Did I just kill it? Oh yeah, it was in his mineral line here. Okay. What a funny game. What a funny game. Saral. How many games has he been playing? He just hopped on, right? He just got on for the first time in 3 days. We played one game. I guess he was waiting for the season to roll, maybe. He did a 14-14 against a Protoss, but the Protoss looks like he went Gateway, Forge, Core, but I think this looked defensive, right? They wouldn't open Gateway, Forge if they were cannon rushing, right? They'd go Forge first. I feel like if you were cannon rushing a Zerg, we're proxying them, you would start with the Forge, but maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm wrong again. He just played a Protoss who rushed Void Rays and carriers. Incredible. Okay. He 14-14 that Protoss as well and went into quick Hydras. Okay. Interesting. He did a couple of different strategies, so we're seeing some variety here. We're seeing range. I like range. Let's do... We are searching for another game. Another TVZ. Is it Christmas? Is it Christmas again? At 300 minerals, we send 2 SCVs. Oh, I forgot to build my barracks. Okay, this is going to be a command center first build. Still same premise. It's about how long it takes to get down there and have the money. This is a pretty good timing SCV scout then. I should be able to see if anything is afoot. But the command center will be pretty hard for him to shut down. This actually does look like hatch first, so I think we're good. I think we're Gucci. He's got the Cyril portrait. Giga Chad. Giga Chad. Feeling good, feeling good. Finish the wall. One Marine versus 2 Lings, the ultimate battle of ultimate destiny. I'm just going. There we go. He made it to the bunker. He made it. His comrade came down the ramp and looked at him and said, "Go!" I'm so proud. I cry every time. Cry every time. Literally cry. I'm literally crying right now. But you knew that. I played Terran. Oh yeah. Nandayo. If I'm about to get busted, this is it. There you go. Fusion core on the way. Yeah, I hope you had a good Monday. I hope you had a good Monday. Katie, Katie's job, the brewery, we had their holiday party last night. So Nathan went bowling. You guys know my gamer wrist. I used to love bowling. It's not something I can really do anymore. My my ergonomic setup nowadays is really good for StarCraft, but going out and throwing the ball a bunch is still, you know, that's still a challenge in and of itself. But I had fun. It was a good time. Open bar on chicken nuggets and beers is pretty hard to beat, so. Good company, too, doesn't hurt. I got 2 people to try the green apple White Claw that had never had it before. So, and just to be clear, these were people who already drank White Claws, so. Alright, this isn't a timeline violation, TVA. Oh, see, this to me says he's gonna be coming big time. Like, we're about to see it, but I'm about to have 2 1/1 BCs in his base. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that's where the gaming really begins, isn't it? Isn't that what gaming's all about? It's building 2 battlecruisers in your opponent's base. Let's see if I can focus it down. It's gonna be a tough one. It's important to keep in mind my BCs have 1/1, so he's probably underestimating me. He's gonna click on me and see my upgrades and be like, wait, but I rushed +1 queens! I rushed +1 queens! No! My grandpa's favorite card! My grandpa's favorite card! +1 queens! Wow. Yeah, it's... Hate to disappoint you, Yugi boy! But you're going to need more than 5 individual cards that'll have to be in your head at the same time to beat me. Swish, swish. Are you building another spire anywhere yet? Just wanted to double check. No, he's not. Oh, he's got a Hydra Den somewhere. I didn't even see that. Where did he build a Hydra Den? Oh, his other expo, huh? My battlecruisers are almost 2-2 now. Nice. Oof. Hey, I brought my penny minter if you want to get your penny punched and say, I got battle cruised by Nathanias. We do have a penny press here if you're interested in a souvenir from your game. Thank you, appreciate it. I'm coming, baby. I'm coming for you. Now, the way to do it, remember, is you just let them all go and do them one at a time. I did drop one there. He's getting that count up. He's getting a lot of corruptors, Nate. He is. He's getting these. He is pumping those numbers up, as they say. I think we lost one of our BCs there too, so not great. What's the holly glow, Ben? You like my VFX? You like my visual effects? Does it look like you're watching a Marvel movie now? Incredible. Thank you. Appreciate it. You're welcome. Am I in Doomsday? I can't say. Yes, but I can't say. If I could say, I would say yes, but I can't, you know, so there we are. My wife told me I'm not allowed to get that close to Chris Evans' ass, so. I just heard the loudest what from across the house. That's funny. I can win this game, but I need to be cautious because like his corruptor count is approaching that number where life just in general starts to just become a nightmare, and that's, you know, that's a big one. So I feel like there are some moves we can try to do with like the Widow Mines, but I want to make sure that we're up to 5 starports. I want to make sure we get another base. Oh my god, I actually already built the 4th and 5th starport, so we're good. Oh, he's just going there. That's fine. Oh my god, yes. Holy shit. I mean, this might still be winnable, right? My upgrades. Man, he's actually up to 2-2 himself. Now we're cooked. We are cooked. He'll make one more push on this base. I don't know if we can defend it. Thank you, honey. I don't know if he can defend it, but... Got all my BCs there. I thought the Yamatos I had on his infestors were going to be enough, but I ended up just a little bit off. And he did get a good amount of upgrades, but my economy is still great, so that's the only issue for him. I actually still have a pretty nice eco that he can't contest, so... Because, like, if I can get my BC count back up, it won't matter. There's enough resources at these bases that I do have available to me. There's enough money to get back everything that I need and want here. So it really does just boil down to execution. But I have the money, so I can remax one more time. Normally that would be a game-losing fight, but the only thing that keeps me out is that I still have 3-3. I still have 3-3, and... Damn, look at him go. I didn't lose all the BCs that time, so that's nice. But he could potentially blow a lot of stuff trying to, you know, get me here, so. You know, there's a little bit we can work with. That's fine, he's gonna commit something to that. It's okay. This just gives us more time, so. He's probably gonna send everything over there, right? I was gonna have to take a little chip damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Oh, he did get a couple cancels on the TPs there. So you can see that's why sometimes I say we can't really leave our base anymore. That right there is it. So he's got... His reaction time was really good. I felt like I got the jump on him, but I still couldn't like actually take advantage of it. So now we're definitely gonna mine our bases out, getting one last max out, but that's gonna be it. We're already past the point of no return. I fear it's not a good spot. But that's what will happen. I tried to leave my base. I knew I shouldn't have left my base, but you guys know I get kind of bored when I play these games. The only way I can win this game is for it to drag out as long as possible. The only way to really counter that is to just force it to be over with like a big TP all in, which I need to do. I need to stop trying to leave my base. This game will just get dragged out worse and worse the longer I let it. So what I just need to do is just prep for that big Giga fight. That's all I can do. Hypothetically, he could like fly into all my mines here too, which would be nice, but I think he knows that as well, you know? I think he knows that that's probably the only way he could lose too, so we find ourselves at an impasse. I can keep making command centers though, so I'll do that. It's not a bad idea. It's also possible he gets like tilted or frustrated at some point and throws the game because of that, so. Yeah, he would have stolen those for sure, right? But he's bringing in everything. This is good though, because again, the goal here is mostly just not to let him take everything. So as soon as his Corruptors will be one of the last units that arrive, which means by the time Infestors are in play, I can always be home. So I just do that. Boom. There you go. Because we know what he needs. We know what he needs, and we know what he wants, and we know what he wants, and we know what he needs. We know what he needs, we know what he wants. Getting another base is probably not going to happen, but we can distract him. We can buy time. Yeah, and he's just going to leave his burrowed lanes. I think that he's fine in this situation. He should probably recognize that he doesn't really have anything to worry about. I definitely think he wants to do a Nidus based on everything that we have already seen in this game. So we'll just keep that in mind, but... Nah, I don't want to build more sensor towers if I can avoid it. Again, the plan here is to just max out and all in him. I don't have another move here. I don't think I'm actually gonna get this base, but like if you think about it, like, I should try to do something more or less. So that's just me trying to do something. But like I said, the first time I tried to leave my base and he neural parasited me, I lost. But I could win, hypothetically, if I get nothing but battle cruisers and just throw... You know, if you just think about the money left in my base, right? There's still 2,000 gas here. There's still about 1,000 gas in my third. So that's enough for me to get easily another dozen or so battle cruisers. And the goal will be to just try and take one giga-ass crazy fight, more or less. But that's going to be the plan. And try to just avoid giving him too direct of a confrontation path. Alright, he's going for that top left base. So let's just send everything. Let's just send it now. Exactly. Well, we can clip this. If we manage to make something cool happen here, we can always clip it even if we lose the game. I can just put funny music over it and can watch 700 Corruptors get melted by Yamato. You know, I'm fine with that too. I'm fine with that. But I did absolutely obliterate the hive, got everything in the main, right? So we're just going for it. We're just going for it. I think he is just gonna be making a bajillion Corruptors right here on this spot, right? That's the vibe, right here. I think we just chill right here. Yeah, he's building it all right there. Look at that surround. Look how many Corruptors that is, though. That is crazy. Can we take him? The numbers are dwindling. The numbers are dwindling. A little bit. But I think we're burning through our BCs a little bit faster than we're getting through his guys. It was a good fight. It was a good fight. Yeah, the biggest mistake that I made was... Well, this guy, first of all, this guy's actually a top grandmaster on Europe, so that's probably worth noting. This guy's got crazy high MMR, so actually that makes me feel a lot better about that game. So we actually just got put against one of the best players in Europe, and that's actually why we lost the game. I think we played pretty well. I wasn't going to beat myself up too much there. I know I shouldn't have left my base, but the only reason he knew to do that is because he's like 2 leagues ahead of me, more or less. So this guy's way higher ranked than me. Definitely not worth reading into too much. But yeah, if you guys wanted to know what I probably should have done, as soon as they get up to the point where they have infestors, you just don't leave your base. Like, think about the fight that I just took and be like, wow, Nathan, you killed everything, right? And I killed his hive, and I even got through most of the units that he produced at the end. But I want to proffer you this. Imagine if instead of the second time where I moved out and I lost like 6 BCs, imagine if instead of that I just turtled even harder, and if I did that big attack at like 17 minutes instead of like 21 minutes. I think if you can imagine that, that's more or less how I usually would do it. But I get very greedy. Most Zerg players aren't intelligent enough to actually use infestors correctly. So when I play somebody that can, I'm like, whoa, you know. So that was a tough match, but I realize now that this is actually one of the best players on the European ladder, so I don't have to feel bad. At least I got my cheeks clapped by somebody that would probably beat me 90% of the time anyway. Hey, Sumo. Yeah, that's the nice thing about those. Even those hopelessly lost games, we can still set the, you know, we almost turned it around. If you think about it, the biggest mistake I made with where I teleported, I probably should have tried to land on both spires, but I assumed he had backups based on where he had put the first one anyway. This is our first game of the day that is not a game versus Zerg. We did like 5 TVZs. This is our first Protoss of the day. We will build Cyclones. Do BCs not work against Protoss? I mean, macro play doesn't really work against Protoss. The only way to macro in this matchup is to make a lot of siege tanks, and I refuse to make siege tanks, so... I prefer option B, which is 1 base every game. 1 base every game until the meta changes. Plus, it's always funny when people tune into my stream and they like don't know anything about me except that I play mech, and they're like, oh, you know, I'm gonna finally bite the bullet and watch Nathan make 700 tanks. And then they tune in and they're just like, wow, this guy's doing crazy ass Cyclone Micro on 1 base. Like, it's kind of the antithesis of like the negative stereotype that gets perpetuated about me as a player. So I get off on that. People have to like lie to themselves harder when they watch me do builds like this and tell themselves that I'm a shitty player. So I just, to me, I get off tremendously on that. If Zergs weren't so good against the Reaper build these days, I would do that more too. But that one's also pretty hard to do cross-server. Yeah, exactly. Like, you gotta think about it. My audience, they're not really capable of understanding that, like, battlecruisers are legitimately good in quite a few situations, and I just happen to be an expert with them. But, like, a lot of people who watch my show, they think I'm just doing a bit 24/7. So they think that I think that battlecruisers are bad, but I'm just doing it because I don't know how else to get viewers or something. But, like, I'm actually, like, the Walter White of battlecruisers. It's a little closer to reality. But right now, they're not in season. Not versus Protoss. I like to do builds that give me agency because I broadcast live on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, hypothetically speaking, anybody who tries to waste my time, I can always just do that max out teleport thing. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I never have to worry about getting griefed on my stream because all my games have, like, a minimum length if my build works, but also a maximum length. Like, I just account for all the variables. But if I wanted to play macro games versus Protoss, like, I would have no control, right? Yet you don't really get control over that. So, if a Protoss wants the game to end on 1 or 2 bases, they can make that happen every single game. Win or lose, they can make every game 1 base. So, since macro play is so hard, because of how good stalkers are, I just all in. That's it. It's just a lot easier. You're right, though. I mean, I could bash my head against a wall like everybody else trying to find a way to play TVP without tanks, but never do something you're good at for free, am I right? No! Yeah, I think we lose, right? That right there. I think the Cyclone's getting caught there. I think that loses us the game. We'll see. That should lose us the game anyway. I did expand behind this, so I'm not like 100%. I don't have to end the game here. Getting a couple probes would be pretty nice. The real question is, since he already has a blink, right? How long will it take him to get across and all in us here? We'll have to see. But I still have a good amount of SCVs. He pulled some probes. His tech is in a pretty good spot. That's really the only issue for us. Yo, Rizzy. Hey, hey. Dictate your own terms, yo. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Exactly. I know you guys were told being different from other people was the worst thing that could ever happen to you your whole life. And here I am, proudly being different. Well, what can I say? I'm just cooler. Alright? Get on my level. It's a fun one to be on. You should join me. Seriously. Would love to have you. Gates open. Come on in. Oh? Oh, this might be playable then, because the Immortal is not really in the right spot for this. No, he has too much. GG. There you go. Flow state achieved. Exactly. Exactly. You get it. You get it. Terran versus Protoss is the matchup that keeps our MMR from getting too high as well. Because if it gets too high, I know you guys think that if I get to the highest rank I can, the stream will be better, but if with matchmaking gets too long, tryharding versus Protoss just isn't worth it. I don't think it's worth the years off my life. All right, we got a different Protoss player now. But he rushed Blink and Immortals, so that's about as hard as you can really counter the build. We almost cracked him. But you can see the part where I said the game was over was when the probes caught my guys on the ramp. Truth be told, that's purely a symptom of the greed of going up the ramp. But if the Protoss lets you kill their natural, then it's a lot easier to do that expand. But he had a lot of probes left, right? Like the first time I actually went to go for his probes, he had already been coming down the ramp with his Immortal, and he had Blink, so. And Nate, now the playoffs are set, who are your Super Bowl reps? Probably Seahawks. I'd love to see the Seahawks win. I would love to see the Seahawks win. That'd be nice. Ravens game was nuts. Yeah. Indeed it was. Is this a new account? Here, I think this will answer your question, because I think there's something else you don't know. Today is the first day of the season. Fun fact. At least for me, it is. For you, maybe it was like a day or two ago. But this is actually the first day I played this season, so. I'll let you know if I finish Diamond League, alright? Well, actually, you'll let yourself know. You'll have to tune in. You have to tune in and see what league I'm in 2 months. Alright, good luck. Yeah, it took me 2 days to get back to Grandmaster on the American server, but there's only 5 people who play on that one, so it's not very fun playing the same 5 people over and over and over again. So I only started playing the Europe and Korean ladder like 2 weeks ago. Everybody comes in and is very serious about it though, so I'm A/B testing different answers to see which one bothers people the least. People usually don't make it clear if they're just trying to ask the question to embarrass me, so I like waste my time responding, you know what I mean? I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Oh, we're going for it. Oh, look at this. See, look at this guy. Look how ready this guy is. He's got his prism and shit. Bro's a veritable drip magnet. Now this is about as good of a response as you can do to this strategy. Like, this was perfect. GG. That was like perfect response, by the way. But this guy's another Grandmaster player too, so you can see this guy's actually European Grandmaster Protoss. So I know that the season just started and it shows that I'm Diamond League, but if you look at the people I'm playing against, we've played 1 Grandmaster Zerg, top 100 Europe, and 1 top 200 Protoss player. That's 2 games now against top 200 players. So if you're concerned about whether Nathaniel is intentionally playing against low-level players, you are taking life too seriously. That's my response. I mean, the rank doesn't matter anywhere near as much as the quality of the games, guys. If all we do is play Grandmasters and lose, we will never get promoted. That's okay. You're still playing really good games, you know? That's what it's all about, baby. That's what it's all about. The algorithm is matching you against the best. It's a pure function of math, right? It just looks for nearest skill opponents, so I must not be too bad if I'm getting put against GMs. Especially with like the 200 ping I'm playing on to play on Europe. That's pretty nice. The fact that I can basically be just outside of Grandmaster with 200 ping is pretty sick. I'm sure we'll get GM in Europe at some point. Like I said, I think I'm gonna need probably 2 months to adjust, because I gotta completely rebuild my muscle memory. But I think by the time we get to the end of that period, I'll be playing some much better games, you know? Still a lot to get used to. And at least against the Zerg players, I'm still pretty much just doing what? The BC rush and nothing else. So I could probably win some of those games if I did a real build. If I did my Thors, like my Megazord build, I could probably win some of those games if I took it a little more seriously. So we'll get there. I'll let you guys know when I feel like taking it a little more seriously again. People see the rank number and they feel like I'm trying hard enough, so that's, you know, that's enough for me to pump the brakes a little. I've been enjoying building BCs a little bit more. No scout usually means the Protoss is hiding something. So we'll keep our eyes open. That was a corner hit, by the way. Found it. I don't know what he was going to put here, but I know what he's going to put there now. Nothing. Alright, he revealed a lot of what he had there. He is going in big stalker, right? So as we anticipate, it's going to be a lot of stalkers. Alright, let's go get him. Oh, damn. GG. Well played. Is that the old ghost pepper cheese? You better believe it, man. Yeah, this guy's another Grandmaster. That's our third GM on Europe today, by the way. That's pretty sick. But yeah, people who rush Blink Stalkers, there's pretty much nothing you can do against it. So I just cheese because that makes the game shorter. The only other thing you can do is rush Siege Tanks, which makes the game very long. I don't like long games. Not like that, anyway. All right, we've got another Protoss. Ay, ay, ay. So I'm just going to do the same thing. The nice thing is, no matter how many of these TVPs we lose, because of the build that we're doing, it is really good micro practice. It's all control with the Cyclones. It's all control. Nice games. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Charlie. Hey, hey. Happy Tuesday. Just playing some Korean StarCraft 2 ladder. Or sorry, European StarCraft 2 ladder. We'll be playing Korea soon. I've played 3 European Grandmasters today. It's a new season, so people are getting back on to reestablish their ranks, reignite the old flame of passion. We'd love to see it. We really do. We really, really do. I'm sharpening my ghost pepper cheese against Europeans, Europe's strongest Protoss players. Damn, he just tapped. Okay, look at that. See, guys? I told you I could beat a Protoss. I told you I could beat a Protoss. Can't believe you doubted me. Can't believe you doubted me. Unbelievable. I told you I had it in me all along. Looks like it's gonna be one of those Tuesdays. We are searching for another game. It is officially midnight over in Europe, so we may switch, especially if the queue is going to take a while, or if we start getting rematches, just to provide a little update. All right, we got another Protoss. Do I have high ping on the Korean server? I would say the ping to Korea is pretty reasonable. It's better than Europe. I get better ping to Korea than Europe just because of where I am. So I'm physically much closer to Seoul than I am to Frankfurt. So anybody on is still a hardcore player? I mean, sometimes, right? Sometimes degens get on at night too. None of that really matters. It's all just a, you know, I have to put on the facade that I'm like really trying with like a huge amount of effort, right? So I just point out the obvious, which is after midnight, if we start getting a bunch of rematches, then I'm going to switch servers. There's no secret reason for this. I just don't want to play the same guy 7 times in a row. That's really it. It's the same reason I stopped playing on the NA server, because I mostly just play the same guy all day. These games are much harder, I'll admit. There's a lot of good players, but that's like the entire point, you know?
Thanks for staying here for us. Less than 3.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks, man. Almost forgot what it was like to be probe scouted. I almost forgot. Sometimes you just gotta let them have an SCV and then they go away on their own. Thank you, Sumo. Thank you, Raquel. Appreciate you. Thank you. What's that? 13? Nice. The DVD logo multi-ball feature is currently under construction. I am building it. It does work in the back end. I don't have it properly being triggered. Technically, the bot tried to summon it. On both of those resubs. It would have tried to summon it, but I'll have to do some more experimenting with it. I didn't want to like delay the stream for 7 hours just to work on my little project. Just go even a little bit faster than we normally would. Man, these guys like sneaking in a few adepts for their Oh, there we go. He's got his blink. Okay. Yeah, he's got some dudes left over. All right, we'll back it up. I don't think there's anywhere to hide, right? We just got to try and... Let's make, like, get up to 7 or 8 Cyclones and just pull all our guys again. That's probably the move here. We just go for round 2. We'll just go again. Let's make sure we've got these 2 out and 2 more on the way. And then I think we just... Maybe 6. Do you think he'll go? Do you think he'll try to counter us? If he comes up at us at some point, I think it'll be a free win, but we have to see. I didn't kill the Robo, I only depowered it. So he'll have a Prism or Immortals for the next wave, no doubt. He could also make an Observer, which is another reason we just don't have that much time. Yeah, he's playing this like a little bitch. There we go. Come to daddy. There we go. There we go. There we go. Well, let's find out how many DTs he's got. Joke. Thank you. Was it a funny joke? At least. Not at all. Shame. Shame. I can't believe he didn't make any Immortals. I felt like my Hellion actually did get a lot of probe kills early on. I think that's what set us up for success. I'm pretty sure that's what set us up for success here. When this push hits. Let's take a look. Workers killed is pretty high. He still has more than us at this point, though. Bringing, just like, sometimes in my mind, the Hellion's completely accidental. I never really want to send a Hellion, but it's actually so good to even have just one because of what this one Hellion ends up doing, right? Obviously, huge AoE damage against the probe, but it's the moment where this fight turns back around right here, where the Cyclones can dive the Stalker. And even though he's going to kill both Cyclones, the Hellion's just got all the probes available to him. And you can see him go up to... How many kills does this guy end up having? Yeah, five probe kills is not bad there. Suddenly it's 13 to 19, and that's yeah. So he's just got to spend all of his money rebuilding his economy, and then I just pull all my SCVs again. So good stuff. Good stuff. Sometimes we do beat Protoss players. Sometimes. I'm never gonna promise it. I'm not gonna promise it. I don't want to set an expectation that I'm some sort of Terran versus Protoss sex god guru person thing, because I'm certainly not. Terran versus Protoss is a very difficult matchup to play, and that is why I cheese, because that is easier. I have no shame. I have no shame in my game. All right, we got a Terran. Damn. Yeah, huh? Yeah, oh. He didn't want to play TVT. Okay. There you go. Well, we're 2 hours in. Maybe it's time we switch to the Korean server. I guess this guy didn't want to play with us. Chat's like, Nathan, you need to grind games until you get promoted. But I'm like, but it's gonna be 1 a.m. over there, guys. All right, I don't want to play against the 1 a.m. crackhead ladder players. All right, no offense to them, but you see how I'm playing, and it's like 3 o'clock my time, right? So that's kind of where I'm at. Gonna try to get a couple matches against some Koreans. So let's go to the Korean server. I'm sure we'll probably work our way up within a week or so. The ladder was locked from like basically the moment I got placed on each server. So a lot of people have like this pent up promotion frustration, you know? I've given people promotion frustration, delayed promotion frustration. Is that what it's called anyway? Basically, Nathan got put in Diamond, the ladder locked. I couldn't get promoted. And now people are still waiting to see it. But today's the first day of the season, so I can't make it happen, right? I can only whoop so much ass. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I know. You guys thought I was going to 7-Eleven and never coming home. I get it. Well, 7-Eleven was closed, so unfortunately I'm back. All right, let's get it. Hey, everybody, thanks for hanging out with me. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Let's give one more poll. I'll give one more poll on the European one. What's the best way to get better at multitasking? The secret is to compartmentalize, divide, and conquer your skill set one at a time. Trying to play macro games as a low-level player or a new player is sort of an exercise in futility. Every game, so many variables will change between you, your opponent, your changing skill, the changing skill of people that you get put against. So specifically multitasking, if you focus on like playing one build per matchup that's kind of aggressive or gives you like an all-in or cheese type option, you can really hammer down a lot of the necessary skills to play StarCraft without playing macro games. And I would suggest that you do that until you get bored. But I would just be like, dude, be super aggressive and do one build per matchup, but try to make your game short. Aim for it, because it actually gives you a benchmark, you know? Don't let yourself get trapped in long macro games where you feel like you've made 5 million mistakes, because the truth is you probably did, and you're going to pick the wrong one when it comes to trying to improve at the game. So, but if you try to play short games and you try to do something fast-paced, then you can essentially get yourself to the point where there's a very limited number of things that can hypothetically go wrong, you know? And if you do that well enough, then certain things you'll just kind of eventually get really good at. You'll be able to... Yeah. Sorry, that was the long answer. The short answer is muscle memory. The key to multitasking is automating the tasks that don't require you to actually have to think about them to do in the game. So that is what high level StarCraft is actually all about. So the multitasking is sort of an illusory myth created by the fact that my spinal cord is actually doing everything that's happening right now, because nothing that has happened in this game has activated my brain yet. My brain is entirely focused on, I don't know, hoping that something interesting happens in this game and thinking about what I want to say to my chat. That's about it. That's all I've got bouncing around up here. But truthfully, that's why people will tell you to just play the game. They're not wrong. The number one thing that will make you better at this game is playing it, because all of the things that you like think you need to learn, they're actually just like things you need to hammer in, you know, like the right way to hold a spatula when you're in a kitchen, or the right way to hold a door open when you're, you know, a bodyguard or some shit. Like everybody's got little minute things that they do that they don't even realize after they've been doing it for a long time. High level StarCraft, that's what multitasking looks like. It's pretty hard to focus on multiple different things at once, but with like basically all my builds, it's muscle memory what I have to do like 99% of the game. The most fun parts of StarCraft are the ones where I get to think. Don't get me wrong, I love thinking. In many ways, for me, StarCraft is like a puzzle game. I play StarCraft like it's a puzzle game. Here we go. Two base all-ins are kind of good for learning the game. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. The number one thing that people who are bad at improving at stuff don't know how to do is benchmark themselves. But it's the easiest way to get better at anything. Like, if you want some actual, genuine, serious, boring advice that would make you a better player, write this shit down, what I'm about to say. Every game you play, regardless of win or lose, make like a spreadsheet or a PDF or some shit and write down every single game when your first supply block happens. Not all of them. I don't want you to give yourself 50 things to fixate on that are all incorrect. Don't make a record of every supply block. Do make a record of your first supply block in every single game you play. Just watch through your replay, and when you see, oh shit, yeah, I'm trying to build a marine and I can't because I'm blocked. Just note when it happens. Just write down that time. If that time is the 3-minute mark, write that down. If that time is the 5-minute mark, write that shit down. And you're like, well, Nathan, why wouldn't I want to record all my supply blocks? Like, why? What's the point of just the first one? Because the whole point is to get you to slowly be thinking around the time when you do get blocked about being blocked, and then hopefully in that moment catching yourself and being like, oh yeah, I should just build a depot, you know? But you don't think about building a depot. Either you have one building that you're already aware of, or you just make a new one. You don't really think about it. But does that make sense? I bet you $20 if you played like 5 games a day, like 5 days a week, and after every single game, you just had a list and you were like game 1 through game like 100, let's say, in a 2 or 3 week span. You just write down the first exact game clock, minute, second that you're supply blocked. I bet you from the start to the finish, by the time you get to the end of that 30 or 40, whatever day you want to do it, challenge, period, I guarantee you, your supply block is going to happen later in the game. And you may find yourself frustrated because you say, well, you know what, Nathan, you're right. The first 30 games, I was always getting supply blocked at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And the last 30 games, well, it did go up. But you know, Nate, I was still getting supply blocked a lot at 5.5 minutes. And he's like, I really don't know if all of this was really just worth 2 minutes of not being supply blocked. And I'm like, welcome to the climb. That is actually the whole game of StarCraft right there. That is the whole entire game of StarCraft. All right, round 2. But yeah, that is StarCraft in a nutshell. Iterative improvement. Everybody wants a pill, right, guys? Everybody wants a pill. Everybody wants to just pay for an operation and not have to do any hard work. We just want the answer. Nathan, just tell me what the secret to being good is. Working really, really fucking hard. Reaching the point of realizing it's all bullshit and you'll never make it. And then deciding, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway. If you can get to that point, you might be able to be successful. But if any of that sounds scary or intimidating or like it'll make you look like a loser to anyone, then you little bitch, and it's going to hold you back for the rest of your life. You should find something less competitive to put your time and energy into because you don't have what it takes. But that's about it. It's really about it. All right, we'll bring them all back, repair them, and then go for round 3. No, I think we lose. GG. Think we lost? This is another super high level player right there. So, very high level Terran. You love watching a German Terran player. He's in the high leagues, but he gets supply blocked a lot. Well, supply blocks happen to everybody, and it's actually a common misconception and like it's like a low intelligence assumption to make that just because someone is very good at the game that they never get supply blocked. It's like saying that a world heavyweight lifter should have no difficulty breaking the world record anytime he tries just because he did it once, you know? It's like, yeah, pro gamers are good and they can play really good games, but they make mistakes all the time. And the reason why you like watching them is because in spite of those things, they're still able to make the most of moments and opportunities. So, but yeah, getting supply blocked happens to everyone. That's not an abnormal thing. I'm just telling you, if you want a measurable benchmark that you can work on, that's one of those things that you can actually, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose a game, you know, you could still improve that number every single game you play. You could lose 50 games, you could lose all 60 games of your experiment where you write down your first supply block, and you could still cut that time in half without winning any games. So, are you trying to get better, or do you want instant gratification? Because getting what you want, like being good at the game, takes a lot more than just trying to win. Like, you want to become a student of the game. You want to understand why you do what you do. You know? You got to have enough game awareness to know that, yes, everyone actually does automatically get blocked as their Brax finishes or whatever when they do a Reaper expand. Like, they always get blocked for half a second. So, like, you don't need to ask Nathanias, but Nate, do I count this? Like, you'll just know. You'll be like, oh my god, yeah, this is just how the game flows. You have to, you know, you build the barracks, you got to get the orbital command. You don't get the second depot because that orbital command, and you're always blocked for like half a second. So I know that one doesn't count. I understand why that happens. I understand the intricacies of what Terran has, that you're always going to be blocked for a second here after a Reaper expand when your natural command center is done before you get your second depot. Like, it's just one of those things. So it just comes with time, though. It just comes with time. But just because that world heavyweight championship guy can lift a crazy amount of weight doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean they're perfect either. It just means they're tougher than everybody else and made it to the point where they could actually do it. You don't reach that skill level and then suddenly it's effortless. That's not how it works at all. It's not how, just because it's a video game and you think there's no physical exertion does not mean that there's not a tremendous amount of flexible elements that affect every game. There really is so much to it. It's what makes StarCraft a great game to play. Especially if you decide to do it with like a one base build, because you could take any cheese that you see a high level player do and try to replicate that. Like role playing, you know, think about it, like you're channeling your energy right into the game. So if you have some energy but you don't necessarily know what you're doing, you can focus it a little bit more if you know that your benchmark is, hey, you know, the battlecruiser teleports into his base at exactly 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Even if I don't win the game, I just want to make sure that when I try this build 5 times, that my battlecruiser is in his base at 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And maybe the guy scouts me, maybe I don't do a great job of executing the build. I'm not going to get hung up on the outcome. I'm going to focus on the process. I'm going to trust the process. And if you can do that, then you can become good. But a lot of angry manlets play StarCraft who live in a state of constant self-hatred because they are so outcome oriented. They've been emotionally abused into believing the results are the only thing they'll ever do that matters in their life. And those people, you know, they never reach their highs because they're too focused on short-term outcomes that make them feel good about themselves. But if you're willing to eat shit for a few months, man, you can really hone in, learn a couple new strategies, and just become an absolute god at those 2 or 3 builds that you're doing. Because some of them you could do in 2 different matchups. Like a lot of the cheese builds that I do, you could do versus Terran or Protoss. I wouldn't say you're really limited either way. But like, let me rephrase in a different way too. Maybe this will maybe you'll find this insightful. But you also have the option to practice builds with other builds. Like if you just want to know if you can get better with your Reaper micro, you don't have to go 1 Rax Reaper expand 500 games in a row to practice your Reaper micro. Like that's actually a genuine reason to do proxy Reaper. Because again, if you're improvement minded and you're focused entirely on just trying to improve at the process and your craft, it's not going to matter to you whether you win or lose games in the short term. So it gives you the room to experiment and say, well, you know, I'm going to do a bunch of Reaper cheese versus Terran and Protoss because I want to just make my Reaper micro better. Like, that's not a crazy thing to do. But, you know, if you decide to cheese everybody on the ladder all day, every day as a result, you know, let the buyer beware. The rush of the quick dopamine hit can be really strong. Many of this game's full-time players are dopamine addicts, so they don't play the game for any other reason than the feeling of victory. You could replace everything in the game with Legos and Barbies. That victory screen's the only thing they resonate with. It's like Neo in the Matrix. They don't see units. They don't see anything. They just see MMR potential. Oh shit! Yeah, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, fuck it. I don't see a Spire. YOLO. Yeah, my BCs have 1-1, by the way, so... Damn, he did have that Ravager all-in coming up. Okay, well, there you go. It's gonna be a big part of this game. I don't know where he's building his Spire, but that'll be another great question. See if God can answer for us. I mean, the most important thing right now is that he's not focusing my starports, right? Like that's actually it. That's really all I have going for me. Is that he's completely left the starports alone. Yeah, thankfully. Now he probably does have Spire, so that's really the only issue, right? That's the biggest issue anyway. Yeah, I guess might as well just take the hatch. This is what it's gonna take. All right, this is going to be crazy because I don't have any health. One bio is all it's going to take for him to wrap this up. Woo! What a game! What a game! That was intense. You know, I learned StarCraft 2 by doing a 1 base 2 starport Banshee build every single game until I went from Gold League to Master League. And then when I finally got bored and I decided that I wanted to play the game and like learn how to macro and stuff, I got demoted to Diamond for like 3 months because I had so much to learn, right? But counterpoint, I only went down 1 league, right? And it's not that bad. Are you willing to give something up in the short term to have something you want in the long term? That focus is important. Giving yourself some kind of objective, some sort of goal to steer towards, that will help you a lot. That will help you a lot. Yeah, he had Roach attack very early on that game too. So crazy. Let's go. Let's see how the Korean server is now. It's like 1 a.m. in Europe, so let's hop off. Wow. New season. Oh yeah, I didn't veto any maps last season, but I've decided White Rabbit really sucks. It's a bottom map of all time. And also the shitty pocket base one, Celestial Enclave, yeah. And I don't even hate the White Rabbit one. It's just the third base is too hard to take as Terran, so I feel like it limits my builds too much. All right, we got TVT. Yeah, I went from going 1 base 2 starport Banshee every game to playing Command Center first every game. That was how I learned how to macro. I went completely the opposite way. I went CC first every matchup, every game. Back then you could actually do that against Terran. It's not CC first is not really viable in TVT anymore. Tragically, very tragically, but once upon a time we dared to dream. But what makes that battlecruiser build so powerful is it's the double armory. It's the fact that I arrive at their base with 1/1, and there are people who will open up with +1 carapace for their queens. This completely hard counters it. but then they kind of forget. But nobody is ever really rushing like +1 attack. And in that game, that guy actually had it too. But I think he didn't have the carapace as a result. So the battlecruisers just melt stuff. Spore crawlers are already kind of squishy since their HP nerf. So the battlecruiser being able to take a few more hits from it and kill that, like, they can't get carapace upgrades for the spore, you know what I mean? So having 1/1 against that, it does matter. Every little bit of damage matters when you have 500 health, because you'd like that to last as long as you really could, now wouldn't you? This is our first TBT of the day. We haven't played any mirror yet, so. How exciting. I feel like I tagged like 4 or 5 SCVs there, not too shabby. Nice little setup for us here. A medium-sized Reaper, yeah. I do love those fries, don't I? Everyone can tell. Yo, gassed up, Big Nate. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, gassed up. It's a beautiful, beautiful day to have eyes when you're around, huh? This might be the last thing you do, laddie. Damn. Bad luck for Nathan. GG. Your swag is unmatched. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, big man. That's another guy. He's like 300 higher than me. The good players are coming back this season. That's nice. All right, we got a barcode Terran for our next matchup. Now, since it's a barcode, we'll definitely scout for, like, proxies and such. Have already jumped onto Korean ladder? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I try to hop off of Europe after, like, midnight CEST, you know? Well, it doesn't look like we're getting proxied, so that's nice. It could be like here, I guess. How paranoid do we want to be today, guys? Sliding scale, 1 to 10. Five? Well, if 5, I think 5, then we were reasonably. I'd say we scouted about a 5 level paranoia. I mean, we did send out the SCV that made the depot. It was a pretty quick scout. We just didn't check the whole map, so I think that's fair. Scouting, but leaving a decent amount of areas. I think a 5, like, kind of fits that perfectly. Thanks, guy in chat. I appreciate you. Ready and prepared, but optimistic. Exactly. Exactly. What you got? Oh, wait, it's this guy. No, he's a friend from work. Oh my God. It's the guy, right? It's the guy. There's one guy that does this to us, so.
Outplayed.
Bro, put the Benjamin down, son. What the fuck was that? What the Kentucky Fried was that? I thought there was gonna be a proxy somewhere too. I thought there would be a proxy. That was an insane hold. Thank you. That's why he's a barcode? Yeah, well, I was gonna say I have played this guy before. I usually play this guy like once per stream on the Korean ladder. But he literally, this is what he does every game though. He does the Concussive Shell Marauder, Cyclone, Liberator. That's funny. Funny game. Well, there you go. That's somebody that's actually at our level. Yeah, we're still climbing from the dredges here. But that's the point of my build. Like, it's all about the micro. I should have brought the SCVs down the first time I moved the first two Cyclones, and it would have been a little cleaner. It was not very clean, guys. I can admit that. I probably could have done better. I know. I know. I can't do that to you. Oh, hey, it's another barcode Terran. Yo, thanks for the follows. Appreciate it. Hype train. What does that mean? Is that like the Polar Express? Does that mean I get hot chocolate? Holy shit, man. I'd love some hot chocolate right now. We did pick some up over the holidays, and I drank all of it in like 3 days. Oh, so good. Can't get enough. Nathanias is hot cocoa coated. How do I feel about eggnog? You know, I'm not crazy about it. If I'm gonna consume a drink with that much dairy in it, it should be a milkshake. Preferably like a root beer float or a chocolate milkshake with like Reese's peanut butter cup bits ground up in it, you know what I'm saying? Then you're really getting somewhere. Then you're pod racing to the extreme. We did another little mini reasonable scout this game. Nothing crazy. Nothing particularly out of the ordinary. Every once in a while, you like to get a Blizzard from Dairy Queen? Yeah. My wife drives past a Dairy Queen on the way home from work pretty regularly, so Sometimes we get, like in the app, we get like $5 for a 6-piece chicken strip with a Blizzard, you know? It's a pretty good deal. They usually send us that one about once a month. I mean, you think about fast food chicken strips, somehow Dairy Queen won that war. Explain that to me. How did Wendy's and McDonald's both fumble the ball so bad? I guess it doesn't really matter. They're building a Chick-fil-A out here, so my tendy addiction will finally be sated. The trauma I put my family through when I am in a chicken tender withdrawal, you know. It's just the way I get. Even the self-help class kicked me out. They said, if you are what you eat, then Nathan, we actually don't understand how you become 30% chicken nugget. Meanwhile, I framed the diagnosis on my wall. It's actually right there behind my teleprompter. You can't see it, obviously, but... Is this the same barcode? Do you guys think he's gonna do the same thing? Is this like Wile E. Coyote versus the Roadrunner? Oh, he's gonna drop El Tanko de Sijo on me. The tank drop. The tank drop. It's afraid. Okay, I can live with that. He's gonna do a big all in. That's what's happening. I think that's what's happening. Oh my god, please tell me both tanks are in there. Please. Guys, I didn't say anything. Okay, I'm not trying to make myself sound smart, because I was like, I'm just hoping that he sends straight across the middle of the map. I'm like, I hope he goes straight across the middle of the map. And I just run right into him. Oh. Sorry. I'm not supposed to make noises like that. I'm a 32-year-old man. Oh, wow. You guys know how dead I was if he sieges those tanks outside my base and all I have are like 3 cyclones? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, be still my beating heart. See, when somebody tells you it's not healthy to play video games all day, you can just tell them StarCraft will get your heart racing. StarCraft will get your heart racing like nothing else. Certainly nothing you thought possible. Woo! Wow, games like that are just... Was that the same guy? I need to check. Tell me I clapped this guy twice in a row. No, it was a different barcode. It's literally... He just beat Neeb in a 0-second game. Okay, well, that sounds a little sus. No, he did lose to me. That was another game he played. No, that is the same guy. Yeah, because it was a 0-second game, Nathan. There you go. That's why I renamed my other alt account James Dokes. I'm watching you. Oh shit, I got Need. Do you guys like that little corner bounce animation? Yeah, well, he insta-left against the other Terran, so I just guess this guy doesn't play TVT, right? It's not the real Neeb, right? He finished GM before, but he's just smurfing. Is that it? He's just, oh yeah, look how many games he's played in 9 minutes. Guys, the pray tell, can you, train conductor, can you please explain to me, official train regulations state that you can't play 10 games of StarCraft in 10 minutes. It's not possible. There you go. You're gonna have to take that one up with Tom Hanks. Will you be playing the new Resident Evil game coming out this year? Dude, I am so stoked. I am literally trying to set up the DLSS mod for Resident Evil 4 Remake so that I can stream the rest of my S Plus run. I am having some difficulty getting it to work. There is something I'm doing wrong. I got the upscaler base plugin. I got the old version. Apparently the old version is the only one that still works with RE4's reframework, so I went and got this like nightly build off of GitHub that was a specific pull request that merged the path tracing mod with the DLSS mod, and then I have everything there, and it says that it loaded the NVGNX DLL, but I still can't see the temporal upscaler option when I load the menu. So if you understood any of those words, go touch grass more often, okay? I should know this stuff. But anyway, yeah. So I've been, if anybody stalks Nathan's Steam activity, I've been a little bit active recently with the Resident Evil stuff. I've got all my settings good. All the settings are ready. Everything is optimized. Everything is ready to go. I literally just want to turn on DLSS so that I can have my crisp performance. That's it. That's it. So I had it all set up, and then I deleted the game like an idiot so that I could probably try Call of Duty or something that took up like half of my drive. So I'll take all the L's on that one. But yeah. So Resident Evil 4, I want to finish my S Plus professional run. I'm currently on chapter 8, so I am pretty far into the game. There's still a lot to go. Not too much. But yeah, Resident Evil 9 is coming out on my birthday next month. It's gonna be out on my birthday. I'm gonna be playing Resident Evil for my 33rd birthday. It's gonna be incredible. I'm legitimately very excited about it. This game is supposed to be in many ways a love letter to fans of the original games from 30 years ago. Hi, it's me. Big fan of the original games from 30 years ago over here. So there you are. Barcode Protoss. Okay. Let's do it. Let's giggity get it. Yeah, sorry for that rant, guys. I peeled back the curtain a little bit much there. Truth be told, I really shouldn't try to actually do this difficult challenge with the path tracing mod on. I'm just a glutton for punishment. Absolutely love creating my own problems and then saying there's nothing I can do about this impossible task I've given myself. I'm very good at that. Well, Nathan, do you need to have both of those? Or maybe we could try to just do the regular DLSS mod. Maybe. Maybe go f yourself. Okay. This is why I was talking about that, my cat from hell earlier. I need Jason Galaxy. This manic episode brought to you by Nathan sniping a medevac with 2 siege tanks in it against a barcode Terran. Only happens... That's right. That's right. Only on Battlecruiser FM. I don't mind scouting you. Knowing what's going on is not the worst fate to suffer here. Knowing where your probe is, I would assign a numerical value to that. Yeah, for sure. Knowing that your probe went home and is not in my base or outside or around my base, I'd say that's worth at least 50 minerals, frankly. I would. Yeah, I would. Protoss players like to put their probes in all sorts of places, especially outside your bases. Just going looking, check the gold base, etc. Make sure there's no other mid-game proxy kind of stuff, and we'll get going across the map as soon as we've got our 3 cyclone count, as we do. Yeah, I'm still waiting to see some inspirational TVP play where people can do it without the tanks. That's the dream. Yeah, it does a new thing when there's a corner hit. I implemented that today. I spent a little bit of time working on that. Not too much. I would say it took me about 10 minutes of vibe coding to get that bad boy updated. So there's a different type of neon background for it, or a border. Oh yeah, this guy's super ready. Yeah, I'm just gonna GG. This guy was like Giga ready for it, so. Yeah, he's much higher ranked than us too, so very little lost. Losing to barracks there was like a game-losing move. It is hard enough to win against people who rush stalkers and robo as it is, but if I don't have that Rax for vision, it's not happening. We've got another barcode Protoss. I promise I won't fly the barracks in to get blown up before I'm ready to push this time. Deal? It's going crazy today. Well, sometimes the way it bounces off after it gets that corner hit, it usually tends to do it 2 or 3 times in a row when it happens because, like, you know, it's essentially moving randomly in so many different ways, but it can also only bounce in so many different ways. So I think the way that it, because it's a rectangle anyway, it's getting like a pretty good angle on itself. But when I was monitoring it to ensure randomness yesterday, I found that after like 2 or 3 errant ones in a row, it was more or less slowly correcting itself out of being caught in a pattern of hitting the corner. So sometimes that is just going to happen. Sometimes it will kind of just bounce itself into a couple. It'll be a lot crazier once we get the multi-ball working. Love pinball arcades. Dude, at the bowling alley yesterday, Katie and I got there before everybody else, and they had a pinball. They had some really nice pinball machines. They had Walking Dead, they like the first 3 seasons machine. They had Spider-Man, the first 3 Spider-Man movies. They had that pinball machine. I scored, I got like 20, 26, 27 million points. And my game was going for so long, I just kind of stopped and walked away because everybody else got there. But I had a great time. It was fun. It was fun. They had a couple other ones we didn't mess with. They had a Beatles one. Katie played that. Katie's a big fan of the Beatles. You guys probably guessed. All right, once these 2 are done, we just go. Yeah, it was one of those places that had like a bunch of arcade, bunch of cabinets, nothing crazy. They had like some big buck HD Walking Dead version as well. I did ask Katie if she wanted to shoot zombie deer with me, walker deer, and then she, you know, we didn't end up doing that. But I'm always on the hunt for a good copy of. As you guys are probably familiar, Nathan's a big fan of House of the Dead. It's my favorite cabinet. Damn. It's a tough one. That's a tough one right there. All right, GG. Well played. I think it was the same guy. We can wait a minute. Well, we'll wait 1 minute before we queue. That immortal popped right before the pylon died. Sometimes it'd be like that, man. Sometimes I feel like an immortal pops out right before I kill something, you know what I mean? 400 MMR difference is kind of crazy. Yeah. Well, the later it gets, you got to keep in mind, the more time goes by, the more into the middle of the day we're going to get in Korea, so people will be waking up and stuff. It might still be pretty early in Seoul, I don't know. I haven't bothered to check today. That medevac snipe is going to be my top clip from today. I feel like that's my, you know, I feel like that's like my ticket to check out from today's stream is going to be that clip. As long as I've got that, I don't really have to worry about anything else today on stream. I came on and I think I got at least one pretty funny moment that that'll be nice to share. There were a few other ones so far. We've been going for like 3 hours, right? Yeah, exactly. So we played like nothing but TVZ for the first hour. There was 1 or 2 in there as well. It's 9:15 a.m. over there. Yeah, see, exactly. So there's only going to be more people getting on. And actually, we did run into a Zerg. This is a TVZ, so there you go. Boom, boom. Thank you, Cyberdwits, for the... Or I guess congrats on your watch streak. Pog. This map is different. Yeah, this is it's a 3-player map. Oh, he cheesing. Yo, Grimshank, what's up, what's up? Oh, he is cheesing. He doesn't want to play with us, guys. He doesn't want to play. Yeah, actually, I'm okay with that. I can make this work. That's fine. I mean, he had to give up a lot to do this, right? Like, it wasn't free, so... Vibing hard? Oh, hell yeah. Look at this guy. He's trying to aura farm on me. Bro thinks he's Piccolo. He's green with envy. He's so adorable. Sad I joined late, but there's always the VOD. Yeah, you know, today's stream was pretty good. You just missed a pretty funny couple games I played against a barcode Terran player. That were pretty funny. Other highlights of today. First hour of games were all TVZ. And I mostly just went battle cruisers in all of them. One of them I like overextended and lost a bunch of BCs, but I did suicide to end the game at like 23 minutes because it was getting dragged out. I could feel the guy trying to suck my soul out of me. So there was maybe one game like that, but I think all the other games were actually pretty good. I think I won all the other games too. But yeah, a lot of great matches today. Decent bit of like Terran versus Protoss in the middle of the stream. You can skip most of that. None of them were particularly good. There was one guy who told me that I was like super toxic or something because I decided to play the video game and beat him. So that was pretty funny. If you're into that kind of stuff, there's definitely something in there for you too. One Protoss absolutely Giga Baby raged when I beat him, so there's one of those in there. And that's really it. Well, we didn't play any macro Terran versus Terrans today. It was just the barcode guy. Yeah, actually, it was just the barcode guy, and I clapped his cheeks twice. Feels amazing, man. He's got his lair. He's going into roach speed. Nah, Nate. You need to get the BCs out because he's either doing a roach drop. It might be like a roach doom drop with all the overlord activity. Frankly, I should try to use the Viking to cover like this lane a little bit, maybe. I could see it. I could see him doing something crackhead strategy like that, some crazy shit. Oh yeah, we played a bunch of Grandmasters on the Europe server today, and Korea. So that was nice too. If you're one of those people who cares a lot about the match and opponent quality, we played a lot of GMs today. A few of those rough games. That super rough game I'm whining to you about, that was actually the best player we went up against today. Just you know, so I can check myself before I wreck myself. That guy was actually a European Grandmaster Zerg player. That was the roughest game of the day. We played a pretty high level Zerg. I'm still beating myself up over the fact that I moved out of my base against a man who rushed burrowed infestors, you know? It's always tough. Alright, so I have 2-2 on the way. I have more BCs building. I have 1-1 done for my battle cruisers. So these upgrades make it really easy to break through Dr. Monkey Kyun's queens. I love that he already has Burrow, too. That also says, like, so much. You know what? Take his Hydra Den. Fuck it.
What is it? Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander.
Beautiful. If he didn't try to aura farm with the speed overlords, maybe he could have scouted and built a spire. Yeah, I gotta say, guys, that was pretty embarrassing for him. My builds are not that hard to read. The whole entire point is that I have my heart on my sleeve, and I'm just simply going to try and outplay you, you know? It's not really always about tricking them. He went for a really fast pool, and then he tried to flex his overlords, and he didn't even realize I was going battle cruisers. And I'm like, bro. Did this guy get stuck outside the map? Is that what was going on here? That poor overlord? He was voted off Love Island. RIP. Look at that resources lost. 853 to 8,000. When your opponent loses 10 times as much resources as you, that's beautiful. Wah! Thank you, Splatacles. Thank you. Thank you very much. And he did have Burrow. That's just crazy. He was going to try and go for the fast burrowed infestors. But look at this build order tab, though. Look at the build order. He built his spawning pool. He extractor tricked and then went pool first. He went 14 pool. I mean, it's not even really. Yeah, it's extractor. He extractor tricked, Nate. That's what happened. That's why it looks like that. Anyway, yeah. So, I mean, if he had, his overlords were in my base the whole game. So I don't know how he didn't see it. I don't know. I got nothing. Thank you for the continued quality. Appreciate it, Splat. Appreciate you. Bless up. Yo, what's up, Trixler? What's up? How it be out here? It's nice. It's kind of rainy. It's pretty rainy and windy today, honestly. You know, it's really not. I love going for a walk in the rain, but when there's just enough wind that you can't get a spark, you know, that's tough. He didn't want to play TVT, huh? No. Is this the guy I beat twice earlier? Did we break him? Very aggressive on a map with 2 possible spawn points. Yeah, at the same time, if you don't really care, you can still send the Overlord to either one of the 2 bases, and then by the time the cheese hits, I think you would still know. It's a valid point, though. On 3-player maps, like, another thing I've seen people do, so not on this one, but on the last 3-player map, they had a different one last season, but some Terrans and Protoss, they build their proxy in the center of the map because it is still technically closer than either of the, you know what I mean? So then, like, I actually lost a good amount of games to proxy Reaper players that just did that, so. And then they'll scout you. They'll scout you by the time that hits. But yeah, I mean, for like a 15 pool, I guess because he extractor tricked, built the pool at 14, and then, like, I'm guessing, I just have to assume that he probably saw with his first Overlord. No, actually, my #1 favorite thing about playing on Europe and Korea is that I don't think I've actually played any weirdos. Oh, it's the same guy. I don't think I've actually played any weirdos trying to snipe me or anything like that. I think the real lesson I'm learning is just how many freaks play on the NA server. real freaks. FREAKAK. Either that or there really are only 10 players over there. But playing the same guy every single day, every day was awful. Did Nathan invent the Terran extractor trick? Yeah, exactly. It's called thinking you're in a TVT, realizing you're gonna die if you don't go gas first, and then taking a deep breath and realizing you're not in a TVT. That's what it's all about. Oh yeah, he's poking with his little drone guy. It doesn't matter. It's not gonna do anything. He's probably gonna try and take one of my gases because of the battlecruiser build, but I don't care. Oh, it's like that. It's like that. Okay, let's deuce up then. You want to throw down? You want to throw down? Yeah, you better. I'd like to remind you, you went pool first into Speedlings last game, alright? If you don't want to die a horrible, painful death, you could simply do something else. He's like, he can't go double battlecruiser since I took this. And I'm like, well, you didn't go pool first this time either, so I don't have to hide. oh, look at him! Wow. How about that? I got him to pull all his drones right there. Invest your Vespene. Yeah, exactly. You guys aren't invested in the Vespene gas ETF? I mean, the people who sell it say they own all the Vespene that exists, so, I mean, they would never lie about that, right? It's just as good as having real Vespene, right? Is there any chance you'll cast the Euthermal 2v2 Cup? No, I don't think so. I haven't talked to anybody about that. I did see on the Reddit, it looked like somebody made a rather generous donation towards the event, so the prize pool, which is pretty cool. So it looks like there'll be some crazy ass 2v2 tournament for sure this year. But I don't expect anybody to contact me about something like that. So, and I'd certainly hate to impose myself on anybody that didn't want to have to deal with my presence. So, I will definitely be watching that though. I saw the news. Yeah, biggest 2v2 tournament ever. It's pretty sick. I thought my $5,000 2v2 tournament was pretty good, but it has been a while. It has been a while. Shout out to the 2v2 Cup. When was that? I don't know. Could be maybe like 2017, 2018. That was the only time I could get somebody to give me money to do a 2v2 thing, and it was awesome. But you know, StarCraft has always really suffered from people poisoning the well of discussion because everybody is so, like in the social media pages, everybody's so hardcore. But sadly, a lot of like Blizzard people and tournament organizers, they genuinely to get like 90 to 100% of their feedback from just random anonymous people posting on like SC Reddit and Team Liquid. So they got very self-conscious that people said they were wasting their money sponsoring a 2v2 tournament when that's not the pro scene for StarCraft, you know. Angry old people ruining things for others again. Shocker. Shocker. Did you say you were getting into Magic the Gathering? No. Hell no. The only game I'm considering diving into right now, like complex game, would maybe be like TFT. I'd like to learn TFT, but that's pretty much it. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Oh, he wants it. Well, Nate, he did rush, right? You just have to think about what he did. He's probably just going to try and do the same thing. Look, he's already up on like 4 bases. I think I like emotionally hurt this man. I probably did. They are. They can be so precious at times. The only thing that really works for me in this situation is the fact that he absolutely has to respect the battlecruisers. There really is no getting around it. Battlecruisers are a huge pain in the ass, so he gets that one for free because he had Burrow last game. That's his reward. His reward for researching Burrow in the first game is that you can have that scan. Just didn't want to fly the BCs away without being able to go for it. Arc Raiders. I haven't really seen any. I like checked it out. It just doesn't really look that interesting to me. It's not my kind of game. A lot of people have asked me about it though. Some IRL people I've met have asked me about it as well. Lol. That was sick. Just got this man to throw away like all of his Okay, that should put us exactly where we need to be. So the idea here is that this looks like my standard ass battlecruiser rush, but basically I kind of quickly pivot into the Thor composition, and that's it. I know he's going to make a lot of corruptors, especially after that snafu. There's a pretty good chance that he'll be feeling a little bit flustered. It might even make continued unforced errors. So that's just a big deal. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. He's getting some Swarmos, getting some Vipers. But the idea here is that he's just thinking about nothing but battle cruisers. And then I roll up with my Megazord army. And he's like, holy shit, bro has 50 Thors. What? That's the dream. That's what we're aiming for. It is the trajectory that we are on. I need so much more Vespene gas though. That part sucks. Well, think about it, like, he had his hand bit. He didn't see the Thors yet by the time that I had the other thing going on, so... I think he really is just being, like, unholy levels of greed, assuming I'll never leave my base. And most people who don't know anything about my style or mech, really, like, that's what they think, so... It's pretty easy to abuse those guys. You coming, papa? Yeah, but what does he have here, though? Like, what is that, you know? Yeah, well... That was actually pretty nice. Yeah, he didn't really get anything there. Look how many of his own drones he's killing for us too. That's always a good sign. When you can get the Zerg to kill their own drones and make a ton of spines and whatnot, that's the dream. Yeah, he's getting everything to go over to that other base he doesn't know about, right? Yeah, he doesn't want to fight, huh? We're almost ready to go kill him, though. He doesn't really have much anymore. His only hope is to overwhelm me with Lings, because I already have too many Thors. His reaction time to that side base was pretty funny, though. Especially because this guy doesn't leave units anywhere. He doesn't use the watchtower, right? Probably the lowest effort scouting we've seen out of anybody we've played in a few months. But these games are still fun, because these guys are usually the angriest, too. I mean, I do have a lot of Thors, bro. Yeah, usually people that are like this aggro and in your face and non-scouting BS, they usually have the saltiest tears. He's already just focused on that next base he's going after, too. Yeah, he's fully prepared to drag this out for like 500 years. He wants the base trade and everything. Yeah, there's still Hellions in there, bud. Now let's find out. How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop? A 1. A 2. Yeah, see? Yeah, he's mad as fuck. Look, he has actually taken every base. He's actually taken every base, guys. Can't make this shit up. Bro is having a hard day. Look at him go. Oh, all his overlords are here. Fuck yeah. Bro. Yes. Let's go. Come on. Now that's just disrespectful. But yeah, this guy's plan is to just do nothing for 40 minutes. He's just trying to waste my time. This guy's just trying to waste my time, that's all. There we go. Here it comes. This guy is so mad for me clapping his cheeks the other game. It's hilarious. Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's keep it going. You got anything else? Stay mad, son. He's got to get to the other side. He's got to get to the other side of the map. Oh, no. Yeah, but as you can see, this guy is literally going to waste as much of our time as possible. I don't think there's really any way he can win without getting crazy lucky, but, you know, he believes. He's going to retake all of his empty bases and drag this out until the heat death of the universe. It's beautiful. It really is. This is it, though. This is his thing. This is what he's gonna do. He's just gonna try to avoid us. He's literally gonna waste as much time as possible and just drag this out. Because he can't actually fight our army, so... All right, let's go back to that one. But this is what it's gonna be, though. He is literally just gonna avoid us. He's just gonna avoid us the whole game and just try and play cat and mouse. He will do this for hours if necessary. That's the craziest thing. He doesn't even care about winning anymore. This is just to drive us insane. There you go. There's 7 more hatcheries booting up, guys. He's got 7 more hatcheries booting up. You see that right there in the top right? He just sent everything back to the top right again. What would help here? I should just get like Cloak Banshees or something. I feel like that's an answer. That's an answer. Yeah, no chance. Yeah, please. Go for it, brah. I have mules. I got infinite money. What do you got? Bruh. What was he working with at the end there? Just that? Crazy. Crazy, crazy. You didn't say it's a bad game, but you already played Tarkov and SC? Yeah, yeah, it's like a cartoonish, right? It's like a cartoonish extraction game. Most people who play those kinds of games, you know, it's like StarCraft. They can't really like handle the fact that there's like, you know, the unspoken rules of how people should treat each other versus like when you hyper focus on the result, you know. Watching people play Tarkov was enough to turn me off from those kinds of games, because people just get so fucking upset no matter what you do. There's no like right way to play it, and everybody's very in each other's face about how smart they are about what they do. That's what ruined Tarkov. It's one of the worst things about StarCraft, but there's yeah. Did Ravens get a new feature? Something that lets you heal mech. No. Oh, that guy, that's the barcode Terran. See, he's done playing against us. He's done. Yeah, Ravens have a heal drone that heals anything, bio or mech, in co-op for Nova. Yes, that's for sure. Look at that. Incredible. Incredible. Nice promo. Thank you. Thank you. You don't like learning hyper-competitive games? Yeah, that's completely reasonable as well. It's completely reasonable as well. But you know, the cool thing about arguing with people on the internet is that the chronically online types usually aren't actually the ones playing the game all the time. So I don't think making fun of the armchair generals is too much of a risk to actual StarCraft players, so. Am I just hitting this same guy? This is the guy, I broke him earlier. I crushed this guy twice in a row earlier, and he's done. He's completely done playing with us. we are searching for another game. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Happy Tuesday. See, that little animation helps make it a lot easier to track, right? You said we got about 4 or 5 today, so we've been getting like, what, one every hour and a half? One every hour, maybe? No, one every like 45 minutes, maybe. Yeah, there was a little ripple effect on the border hit for the thing at first, but it wasn't really that easy to see. So I changed it to be like a little neon glow, and then when it hits the corner, the whole entire thing flashes in a rainbow, including the logo, for like 3 seconds. Currently, I'm just trying to get it so that my streamer.bot is able to invoke on the browser source a console command. That's what I've been trying to set up. Look at this, 5K on Korea, Zerg. This could be Scarlet. We got them pros. We got them high-level players. We got them high-level players. But you can see that other game, by the way. When I saw that guy was going to take every single base and basically try and play really disrespectfully because he thought he knew what I was going to do, and then I didn't do it. That was so good. That TVZ I just won was like so good. So cathartic. So cathartic to bust out a win like that. It really is. When they play Ring Around the Rosie like that. Well, I wasn't building Thors anymore at that point. I did believe the best way to lock down the map was to try and create Liberator kill boxes, just like putting them over specific ramps, and he was trying so hard with his, like, I'm gonna run in between 2 of them and then take out 2 of them from the back near this expansion with just 2 Hydras, and I'm like, oh my god, man. Oh my god, she said she didn't want to go to prom with you, dude. Ask somebody else. But I think tonight is the final episode of this season of Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. It's been a great season. Can't wait. Can't wait to see how it ends. Will we finally get to hear what Heather said on the plane that is so bad that a reality TV show claims to have no footage? You're telling me these people are mic'd up 24/7, and when she goes off on somebody on the plane, that's the one thing nobody has? Must be pretty bad. Must be pretty wild. So anyway, that's my Tuesday night. How are you guys doing? Making a pizza? Hell yeah. Gonna eat raviolis. Nice. Just don't have beer, Sag. That is... I'm feeling for you right now, okay? I don't know if you can feel my heart, but it's going out to you right here in this moment. If I had the ability to summon objects anywhere, like I was a Minecraft admin, I'd spawn a beer in your hand. Unless, you know, I'd be making something bad happen there. Genie, I'd like to go back. Guy's like literally like, oh man. I'm inventing stories in my head about why it's a bad idea for me to do that. And I apologize. I apologize for making light of your situation. I had some really good beers yesterday. I did get to try a new one from Katie's Brewery that I hadn't had. I tried a new Pilsner. That was pretty good. But they did also have the Kolsch, which obviously I had to. Kolsch gang, where we at? Where we at? Yeah, Nathan, we're gonna do the Super Saiyan 3 build. Oh yeah. I just need 7 minutes, Vegeta. 7 minutes to rush 2 battle cruisers with 1-1. Your entire early game, Kakarot. I've got it covered. You're finishing blocking for the play you're directing? Nice. Heck yeah. That's awesome. We got some Zerglings. He's got speed. Not really much to worry about. Not much cause for concern. Badakodu. Yeah, see, look, it's just another guy rushing up to a bunch of bases again, so. I mean, we're there. 1-1 is on the way. Fusion Core's about to finish. It's 5:30. Boom. Boom, that's it. Look at that. Doesn't get any tighter than that. No spare resources. Both BCs and Yamato immediately underway. I'm not saying it's a great build, guys. I'm just saying if you do it right, sometimes you get to be great. Sometimes you get to be great. Corner hit? Yeah. Well, it's a lot easier to track the corner hits now. And like I said, it's going to become more random in the near future. I'm working on getting the C code to properly interact with the WebSocket so that I can successfully send console commands to the browser source from my chat bot, from my Twitch bot. So once we have that set up, there's going to be some absolutely crazy shit, and I mean crazy, with that. So I have successfully built the multi-ball. We do have a fully functioning multi-ball feature. Oh, look at this guy. Look at it. Look at how turtled up he is. This is beautiful. I mean, this really here is the pinnacle. This is what gaming is all about. This right here is what gaming is all about. This guy has blown all of his money making nothing but turrets, right? All he has are turrets, and he's rushing to corruptors. And my battlecruisers still have those really nice snazzy upgrades. So it's like, sure, I can't necessarily get everything I wanted, but I can get some. I can certainly get some. Get some drones, take as many of his queens as I can. Oh, see, look, he's not even paying attention to his own game. Lol. well, I can't say he really deserved to find a way out of there. I'm actually really just trying to focus the BC here. Oh, nice drones, bitch. Look at that. What is he, trolling me? Bruh. Did I save that weak one? Holy. Look, I get to call him a bitch if he sent 10 drones to my base with his push, alright? Fuck that. Alright. This is an interesting opportunity because he'll have to put a lot of money in to do any kind of thing of his own transition-wise. But I actually do still need a lot of money to transition into any kind of normal mech setup. Which is not going to be easy. Like, he's actually still in a really strong position from the way this game has played out. So I think that's a part of why he was as reckless as he was. I think he likely has some awareness of that. So we're nowhere near out of the woods. But my thought process is we can at least try and clear some of this creep out with the Ravens and the BCs, and mostly just hope that he doesn't already have a bunch of infestors, right? That's it. Yeah, I'm not getting 3/3 for the battle cruisers. I'm only getting I'm only gonna get +2 because I need to have upgrades for the Thors. Those do matter. Those do matter. I'd love to live in a world where they don't. Yeah, that's fine. Take a few, bud. Take a few. Look how many corruptors he has. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Nate, how long have you been smacking that? Damn, Daniel. Yeah, this is this another? He's another mad expander, huh? Crazy game though. Sincerely, an absolutely nuts match. Just take what you can get. I don't think I can really pick off individual corruptors with how many he has, so. Yeah, he's just gonna keep doing this little base trading maneuver, huh? All right, GG. Well played. I feel like he was trying to have a little fun with us there, but if you look at the MMR gap, this guy's actually one of the top players, so literally a Korean Grandmaster Zerg player. So this might even be the guy I played at the start of the stream, but I think you could kind of see he was having a bit of fun with us. He was messing around. He hasn't really played too much on this account, it looks like. So this is actually a different guy than the Barcode Zerg from the start of the stream. Okay, well then there's a few of them. There's a couple of them out there. So we've played 2 Korean Grandmaster Zergs today. Or I guess we played a European one. We played 1 Korean Grandmaster Zerg and 1 European Grandmaster Zerg. As long as I'm losing to top level players, I cannot complain. We are searching for another match. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Happy Tuesday. I think we'll probably go for another hour or two. We'll see how the games are. If we're still playing against people this good, and it's not over and over like rematch level, I feel like the pace that we've been on today has been really good. So I don't really feel like we've gotten trapped too much in a box against anybody. So I am happy to keep on cruising. Still searching for a game. I'll reset the queue when it hits like 2 minutes, maybe. Oh, we're at 3 minutes. Jeez Louise. Let's go. Let's just restart it then. And if we can't get any games, we have already streamed for 4 hours, which means we're good. We've done our daily obligation, and I've got a good couple of clips and highlights and stuff I can go work on, so I would love to play a few more good games against high-level opponents. But, yeah, you guys just let me know when you give up, okay? I see the viewer count plummeting, so I'm ready to wrap up if we don't find a game in another minute or two. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I know, not a lot going on. Everybody logged off. You fat chillin'? Hell yeah. Well, I'll chill here for a little bit. I'm mostly just going to be editing. I'm just going to be editing stuff. Just going to be editing stuff and putting some things together. But it's been really, like I said, it's been really windy and rainy outside.
Hello.
It's been really windy and rainy. So I don't think I'm going to go anywhere. I don't think I'm going to do too much. I'd love to go for a walk, but when I took Lewis out, earlier, it was already freezing and the sun was up. It was chilly. Got a frigid, humid cold out here. Yo, Rox, thank you for the 7-month resub. I appreciate you. Thank you. I set my cloud lifter back up on my microphone. Yeah, that's I think the only other thing I think I've messed with. I'm constantly moving stuff around on my desk. I feel like camera angle's getting decent. I feel like because it's not just about the camera, it's like about being able to read the teleprompter stuff. Not too much happening there. All right, time for the moment of truth, though. I bowled 2 games with Katie and her coworkers at their holiday party yesterday. For the first game, I finished with 58. I know. I hear the applause. I did finish in last place. You're right. Second to last, scored 60. And then in game 2, I bowled a 96, and I felt very proud of myself. After about 6 frames, I could feel all 15 years of playing StarCraft 2 right there. There's your story time. Damn. The queue's at 3 minutes again. Are we cursed, guys? Did I win too many games? Did I No, I knew I shouldn't have beat that Protoss player earlier. I'm supposed to I'm supposed to lose those games, man. Now I'm trapped in the queue, trapped here in oblivion for all of eternity. Well, I guess we'll let this queue hit 5 minutes. So the second game you beat the grandma with 3 fingers. Actually, it was Kirk's girlfriend who beat me, just to be clear. There was no grandma there. Shadow banned. No, I just won too many games. Has your doggo come to say hi to you today? No. The last thing Lou remembers happening today is Katie going to work. So he's at the door, you know what I mean? But as soon as, Lou's not worried about me because he's been listening to me yell at my computer for literally his whole entire life. This is like the most normal thing that can really happen. But he was a pandemic pooch. We got him 2 months before all of that happened. So he's just always very used to both of us being home and giving him a lot of attention all the time. So if anybody's out of the house for any reason, it's a big deal. He's very upset about it. It's not okay. Need I go on? Do you guys need more, or? I love talking about my dog, but we did get a game. Oh my god, we're playing StarCraft. What the hell? Have you guys heard of this game? I love it, man. I played a lot of StarCraft in my days. I really have. Actually, somebody that I met at this party also said that they used to play StarCraft 2. So, I met a fellow StarCraft 2 playing millennial who also played it coming out of high school like I did. So, that was cool. And they were a Terran player. And they said their favorite unit was the Banshee. I got nothing but respect for that. I mean, Banshees are badass. Okay, I don't think I'm getting proxied, so that's great. Cyril's not on, so no good matches for you. Look, guys, the whole point is that I play Europe from noon to 3 or 4 because that's when the Europeans are awake. And then I go to play Korea, but then I forget that there's actually nobody who plays on the Korean server even during the day. So here we are. That's just the way it be. But if I go play on NA, I'm going to play like 17 games in a row against the same Barcode Protoss player. I can see Daisy at the end of the pier. I can see her. She's waiting with her Twilight Council. And suddenly, the ocean never looked big enough. No thanks. So anyway, I'm really trying to get my DLSS mod to work on Resident Evil 4 Remake again, because I totally botched it. But actually, if you guys didn't know, a new NVIDIA driver came out today. They released new transformer models for DLSS that are apparently pretty higher percentage. Like, they use a bit more of the graphics card, so the performance gains are a little bit less, but they are apparently a lot nicer quality. So I have not tested them yet because there's no temporal anti-aliasing solutions available for StarCraft 2, tragically. Rip, cry every time. But I'll get back to you. I'll let you know. It looks like preset M is going to be like the new highest quality, like, default. Perfect. All right then, there you go. That nothing really happened there, right? We're fine. He did just run up my ramp with a bunch of Hellions and Reapers, and like I can feel my chest tightening. I've seen this film before. But then all of a sudden I was still here. You know, I felt pretty damn good. Oh, there it is. There's that feeling. There it is. Did Nathanias leave his base for more than 0.67 seconds? All right. Well, we can burst that down. Oh, son of a leech! All right, well, we can we can fix this. We can fix this. You guys ever see that scene from National Lampoon's Vegas Vacation where he tries to plug the hole in the Hoover Dam with his gum? You know, sometimes I feel like I'm the hole, and a little bit of gum is not going to be enough to fix me. I did get his Raven. I did. So he can't shut down my tank necessarily, right? So it's not all that bad. It's pretty playable. For a TVT, this is an extremely playable position. You have a tank. I have a tank. And what does he have? See, we can just look. We can just be God and just look. How nice is that? Just see shit. It's amazing. Look, he's looking at me. It's beautiful. It's a circle of life. I mean, did you really think? Nathan, don't look too eager. Don't try too hard. Jeez, now he's gonna be like, why was he staring at it like that? Why was he staring at my command center like that? And now he's gonna get a restraining order, and it's gonna be so much harder for you to get your cyclones by that third base. I'm just looking for some fresh kidneys, okay? Is that too much to ask? Oh, sorry, wrong stream. I want to snipe his third base. There you go. That's what I was supposed to say. It seems he does not want me to snipe his third base. But I will wait. I will wait a long time, because when it's real love, it's always worth it. I mean, on one hand, it's like he actually should kind of let me do it too, because he wants me to go too far. Like, he wants me to go too far in to the point where I lose everything. So it behooves him to give me some leeway of shooting his base. Wow, the moment I scanned to go build that base, the moment I clicked that, he scanned immediately. Turn off the stream, okay? All right. Learn how to scout normally like everybody else, or turn off your spidey sense, because I didn't know that we were playing by Avengers rules here. Nobody made it clear to me we would be playing with superpowers. Now, I have been on a reasonable amount of transcontinental international flights, so maybe I have enough radiation to be an X something. But it remains to be seen. Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? He had everything where it needed to be at the right moment. Sometimes it'd be like that. I'll give him another chance. We haven't really run into anybody, so we can play another game or two with him. I'd rather give you guys something to watch than nothing. Okay, we got a different Terran now. Thank God. We got somebody else. I didn't like that scan on my SCV going to build the fourth. Like, at that exact second, I didn't like that one bit. I don't care if he's Alphaba. That's some bullshit. Cyclonezilla. Yes. This is a Terran, right? I should scout for a proxy, just to be safe. There is this little mini ramp on that base. Sorry, that's what I'm like, should I scout further back there, since technically that's a express access way? but I don't want to like. I'd like to keep my paranoia levels in that 5 to 6 range that we discussed earlier. As per my earlier notice, I'll be limiting my delusions of persecution by 40 to 60%. That was a good game. Yeah, thank you, Love Raptor. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Add-on done. Swap away.
Yo, I do not know how to pronounce your name due to the letters that you have used. But is it okay if I call you... What's a non-offensive random guy name I could give you? That's easy for me to say. Do you like Bob or Steve? Quite a few men I've respected in my life were named Bob or Robert, so it's... I'm not being facetious. My fire chief was named Bob. John? Perfect. Love it. Good to see you, John. Yeah, it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday evening over here. My wife is working the closing shift, and then we're going to watch some reality TV tonight. Oh, actually, I gotta do the other patch. And I need to go to Costco soon. So, just so you guys know. Just so everybody here is aware of that. I gotta make it happen. Oh, wow. The Reaper was there, but he didn't, like, run in as soon as I left my base. I'm not used to that. You're telling me there are people who don't have Spidey sense? There's other humans out here. All right, then. There you go. What you got? All right, I see 2 siege tanks. This might just be another, like, snip snap on that third basic game again. That may be the play. Oh, we could just take it right now. And then the queen will take me. Yeah, see, that right there, that's some Mortal Kombat shit. Oh, shit, no. Oh, he's already got stim? Oh, we're in trouble. Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm all... I clipped that. That's gonna... I gotta be able to laugh at myself sometimes. I don't know how to tell you this, guys, but this game is over. I've got a tank and nothing else. I don't think Walking Dead vocal stims will save me here. Let's try and build a Banshee. You know, let's give the impression that there might be a way to do something here. Nope. Well, Okay, well, counterpoint. What if he overstims all those Marines and then they die that way? No, I don't think so. Oof. Well, he was like 100 higher than us, so... Tragically too close to our skill level for us to make excuses about him being better than us. Damn! You feel like everyone has that foundational game? Well, it's like, it's weird for me because StarCraft is something that I went in and out of, like a lot of other games that I was really passionate about growing up. Like, gaming has always been like really personal to me, and it's like my journey of experiencing like other people's feelings and stories and like expanding my own view through like the eyes of others, right? And games are kind of just like guided versions of that, you know, more or less like interactive, and like a movie is like passive. So like StarCraft was something that I had gone back and forth from. I usually would say that like the game that really got me into like playing games a ton and being like crazy about a game was Diablo 2. That game, like nothing else made me want to sit at my computer when I was a little kid and just crush dungeons for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. So I don't know if that game is what made me like willing. I was already playing like games, I guess, at that point, but that was the first computer game that I like went crazy like that on. Because StarCraft is like stressful, you know. It's a hard game. Like, unless you have friends to get on and play custom games with, like, no normal person can realistically sit down and play StarCraft for more than an hour or two, right? Like, I have my whole entire, like, crazy strategy system and all, you know, I've got people to talk to, I've got chat. Like, this is something that I've trained for many years to do this now, but, like, you know, back then, if I didn't have people to play big game hunters with or those Dragon Ball Mass games, I usually wasn't playing too much. We didn't get competitive about it until we were graduating high school, which is, you know, StarCraft 2 came out going into my junior year. Or going into my senior year, sorry. Do you have any interest in D4 and the new expansion? No, they sent me. I tried Diablo 4. They sent me like the Ultimate Edition. I didn't really like. It ain't what it was. I'd rather play like Diablo 2. You know, when they put me in the old folks' home and I'm like just able to just neural link, whatever. You know, hopefully not like that. Just like, you know, let's say the Canadian generic neural whatever interface, and I just play some video games. Diablo 2 is I'm probably gonna put that like pretty high up, you know. In my hypothetical hallucinogen induced brain in a jar experiencing an endless living dream scenario, I can probably tweak some settings to make my wife play Diablo with me, right? So, you know, it'll be good. We'll be fine. But probably not Diablo 4, and certainly not Diablo 3. I'm one of those people that got burned forever by Diablo 3. I probably should have just started there. Alright, we got a barcode Zerg. I'm one of those people that had the Diablo 3 Collector's Edition come in on like day one, and then I get like error 37 like 500 times. And then the game was like so bad, really. And you know, like a bad breakup, at some point it always turns into them saying, hey, things are different now. Things are so much better than they were before, huh? I'm good. If you're gonna Eternal Sunshine my mind, Diablo 2 is the only Diablo I need in there. Diablo 1's pretty good. I think I told you guys my first ever video game related nightmare was being chased by the Butcher. That was horrifying. my dad showed me Diablo. He's like, yeah, look, we got to go into this like abandoned church, and I'm like, oh. And then he's like, hey, can you click here? What's in that room? and then I hear the fresh meat. I just fucking screamed and ran out the room. Oh my god, it traumatized me. So good though. What a great game. Diablo 1 is a tough game. I don't know how many of you guys have actually played Diablo 1, but like the original, I don't know if they've ever done any quality of life update for it. But it is such a hellishly brutal game with like the saves, and you don't just go back to the town center when you reload and shit. Like you can't really like save scum your way out of situations very well or as well. So it is a pretty brutal game. So if you've never played the original Diablo, like I love it, and I played it once, and that was enough for me. Sometimes I would boot it up just to run around the town, you know? Like you don't need to go in, you don't have to do anything to just sit in Tristram for a minute, but it's a very punishing game. It's as 90s as it gets with the... In Diablo 2, you can bail yourself out of any situation. If you're like, oh, I don't want to lose my body, you can just save and exit, and then you respawn at the town. And I mean, in a way, yeah, sure, you have to restart the dungeon, and it re-RNGs it, but the whole point is you have a get out of jail free card at any point in Diablo 2. So, but Diablo 1 was a much less merciful game. Still a great game though. Still a great game. But yeah, I'm gonna leave Diablo in my Toy Story category of I'm good with this many. You know? I'm sure for the rest of my life I will meet people who tell me how great Toy Story 4 was, how great Toy Story 5 is gonna be, and I'm sure they'll all be incredibly excited for Toy Story 6, 7, and 8. But I'm okay. I'm okay if they put on my tombstone that I gave up at Toy Story 3. I'm okay with that. I will be able to sleep with peace at night, knowing that I stopped at Toy Story 3. I'm good. I am. If I need to learn the value of extremely old toys, I should probably just find a different toy-related movie franchise to watch. Or AI generate it, because that's about as close to the source material as it already is anyway. He's crazy. This guy's an absolute nut. Alright, well, he's just going into the lair now, so... Yeah, nothing like pulling up that D1 soundtrack. Hell yeah. You know, the first time I actually played Diablo 1, you know, I got into video games because my mom already had a Super Nintendo and a Sega Genesis when I was a little wee one. You know, I've been playing Sonic the Hedgehog since I was like 2, guys, okay? Alright, don't at me. I played Diablo 1 on the PS1. That was the first time I ever played that. They had a version of Diablo 1 on the PS1, and that was how I played it for like the first 3 times until we finally got dial-up and my dad bought a computer, and then we switched to Diablo on the computer. My dad had one of those fat-ass white computer towers, those big ones, the Compact Presario. I think they got bought by HP in like 2002. Damn, girl! This man is thirsty for blood. I actually do have my battlecruisers coming out, so... I mean, all may not be lost? Question mark? I'm just saying. Right? See? No, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Just look. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. This is the Korean GM, by the way, again. So, I mean, it's going to be futile, but I'm kind of just... Is it fucked up if I just pretend to be interested in this game so we can hang out a little bit, even though there's no way I can beat this guy? Let's just see how long it takes him to make 20 corruptors and end it. The queue's been pretty long, so my expectations are very, very low. Yamato is almost done, and I can almost start 2 more BCs. So, by some miracle, if I can draw his attention, throw a few punches, keep him from smiting my ass. Oh, see, look. The Hydras, they're already coming home. The Hydras... I'll be home for the Hydra days. Look at that. Ah! Rip. Yeah, no, we're cooked. That was a sign right there. That right there was a sign. We are building 2 BCs, though. We do have the Yamato research. We've got a reactor pumping out Hellions. He is going Hydras and not Corruptors. At least so far. Like that, you know, that could change. But depending on how much he wants to toy with us, maybe he just won't build Corruptors out of the goodness of his heart. We'll just cure Samara and she'll stop crawling out of the television to claim people's souls, right guys? Damn! Yeah, he's got them upgrades. Them upgrades paying off. Not my best jumps. Not my best jumps. No, I think the only way we can really make this work, we gotta get Blue Flame and a second factory so we can just get a few more Hellions out if he's gonna go pure Hydra. Hydras and Hellions, it's such a tipping point. I mean, Hellions are tipping point with everything because of their splash. If you have enough of them, and you're regardless of upgrades, if you're spraying out enough over the enemy at a time, then you're going to deal damage. So, but we'll just try to do. Let's see. I actually, against this guy, I don't think we have made a transition into regular play, right? So we'll just stick with the 4 BCs and try to get some... I have no idea where he is. He's having a giggle. Oh, there we go. Yeah, baby. Look at that. All right, then. There you go. Ooh. Just need like 7 more command centers if you can make that happen. That wasn't too bad. I'm like, I'm gonna put this big ass planetary wall in front of him. Yeah, you could have some corruptors. I should have a few turrets spread out. That's a good point. We're almost at the point where we can build Thors. Did I really not? Oh, actually, there it is. Oh, I had 1 extra factory. You know, I thought I built too many tech labs. But I didn't realize I actually made a whole ass extra factory. Well, we've got him keeping his own army completely at home, right? Like the pressure that we're threatening with this setup is pretty nice. I figure if we just move a few dudes here, he'll freak out and go just bite. Yeah, I did think this, because I'm like expecting him to really dive on that base, even if I can't use it. See? He didn't get it. Damn, still too many. GG. Well played. I'm gonna guess this is still... Oh, okay, we got a totally different guy. Alright, just another really good player. I guess what really messed me up was the Roach Rush, huh? I didn't even realize how far behind I was from that, I guess. Crazy game. Those Roach All-ins are brutal. I guess I did have my natural floated over to the third for a minute there, huh? That was tough. He canceled my first attempt to make the third, too. That game ended up dragging for a little, huh? I think we'll be fine if he does the Roach thing again. Should be easier for us to defend on this map. I just gotta do the armory version of the build. Especially since he didn't go corruptors. I thought it was the same barcode. So I thought he was gonna go mass corruptors. But if I had known this guy was gonna play Hydras, upgraded BCs would have been very, very, very good. Playing without upgrades versus Hydralisks is not gonna work. Yo, JW, thank you for the 84 months. I appreciate that. You know, it's kind of like how one of the best parts about Diablo 2 is the fact that you can get Wurtzleg and you can go to Tristram if you want to, and it's like a completely optional side thing. but also at the same time is super badass. Those games had some charm. The first time I ever went to the cowl level, and then I'm playing StarCraft, and I'm like, oh, what are those? There's cheats for this game? Oh, there is no cowl? And I'm like, a crossover video game cheat between two. Completely optional if you didn't like Deckard Cain. That's quite a treasure you have there in that Roderick cube. Ah! The things I wish I could unhear. Alright, I'm just gonna say it, alright? The Herodric Cube. Never liked it. Alright, well, hopefully he doesn't roach rush us here, okay? We're just gonna have to let Jesus take the wheel here. Still play D2 with friends sometimes? Hell yeah. Yeah, I never actually played it with friends. I just mostly, me and my brother played it for a bit, but we only had one computer, so we couldn't play together. So we mostly just took turns going on BattleNet and watching each other fight other people or run, Ariat Plateau. That's just the way it is. Hell yeah. We'll see how many Roach, Ravager, etc. he throws our way this game. Well, there's so many characters you don't have to worry about the bastardization of if you just stop it too, you know? You can just imagine that Tyrael's just this hot angel guy shrouded in mist forever. You don't need to break anything down. You don't need to learn more about all these people. Just enjoy the journey. Like, remember the journey that it was, you know? I'm okay. It's like, you know, I don't know if I'm gonna get to see the final Resident Evil game ever made before I die, right? So at some point, I need to have my own canon regardless of anything that could happen. Does that make sense? So what if I had just stopped at 2 then? That's all. What if I don't make it to the last Resident Evil game before the world ends, guys? What the fuck, man? I gotta know how it ends. Sorry, you found a very real fear there. He's gargling that gas up. He is guzzling it up. Look at that, he's got a little roach wall. What do you guys think? Are they going to kill off Leon, or does he finally get to go on his vacation? There's no piece of Resident Evil media that features Leon where it isn't him having his vacation interrupted. All right? So that's how it's gonna end, right, guys? Right? That's how it's gonna end, right, guys? Leon's gonna be on the beach sipping a mojito, right? Right? There's no other way it could end, right? Okay, I'll stop. But really, though, right? Some stressful shit. Guys don't understand. You still don't understand. I just hope they put Ada more into like a Resident Evil 5 remake. I don't know that we're gonna get any more of that, right? Like, it's just, it doesn't seem like there's any degree of certainty. But I could totally, if Leon's a main character, no, she'll totally be in Requiem. I believe that, no doubt. It would be kind of insane for them with what they've said the game's like direction is in terms of the tone. I think it would be kind of insane to not include past characters, at least from that specific character's arc. Like, it would be kind of nuts to have a whole Leon plot and not have Ada at least used somewhere. Plus, Capcom's actually been really good about mixing their like voice talent around and stuff, and giving them lots of different things. So, did you guys know that Astarion's voice actor did Nikolai in 3? And sadly, the same guy that did Chris Redfield's voice in Village is also the same guy that did Carlos's voice in 3. So a lot of these, they're using them. They're using the talent that they have. So I'd be shocked if they weren't doing anything with Ada. Just kind of seems silly given the way that they're currently like developing their content pipeline. That's all. So he went Corruptors this time. What a shame. You're just shocked they're bringing him back? Well, I think that, honestly, I think a big part of it has to do with the talent they got for him. Nick Apostolides has been an incredible Leon, and I'm guessing that, like, you have to think about it. They kind of messed things up with Chris because they had to like change the model, right? Like, all the actors are based off of very real people. They're all like body scanned into the engine, except for Chris, because they had to like more or less completely redo, because everybody hated the body actor that they got for him in Resident Evil 7, because they're like, this guy doesn't look like Chris. So from my understanding, it's like a combined version of the body actor that they got with like a different buffier guy, but also like somewhat digitally adjusted, which essentially means it's got to be a shit ton of work to utilize that character anywhere, right? So I would imagine if they're doing a Resident Evil 5 remake, that's got to be consuming the majority of their resources, honestly. It's just modeling Chris. And I mean, hey, I can't blame him. But Leon's actor looks great. The voice actor is fantastic. To me, it makes complete sense that they would leverage talent they have that's been highly successful. So, and it is a little bit hard to argue because you do get to play as Chris in Village. Not as much as I would like, personally. But whatever, you know. I just have to pray that they'll redo 1 again at some point so that I can have that game. That would be awesome. They are, well, because that's the thing. The only thing is like the Chris situation. But they have a Wesker, and there's obviously no way in hell that they got a voice actor for Wesker, a body actor, scanned them into their proprietary engine, and did all of that literally for like the 5 minutes of Resident Evil 4 that he shows up. Because of all of the stuff that they have cut in the remakes, they could have easily cut Wesker if they didn't want to, or they could have just used a voice actor, or like just kept it like some blurry, shadowy thing. But like to get it to like fully get a complete like body acted full motion cap dude, like you really think they're not going to use him? So there's only 2 games you can make with Wesker, if you ask me anyway. So it'd have to be 1 or 5. Please God. That would be nice. That would be nice. We got our revenge, by the way. We got our revenge on the Roach Man here. Sorry, I could talk about Resident Evil forever. The first time I got hacked on Diablo 2, somebody gave me a Stone of Jordan that was socketed with like 500,000 gems. And when I put it on, I couldn't take it off. And when I tried to reload my game, I got like a weird custom message error. So that was great. That was great. Yeah, I had to... Now, I mean, getting a Diablo 2 save editor actually allowed me to take the item off of my character, but I learned a lesson about Open BattleNet that day. I had no idea somebody could just give me an item that would brick my character. Like, that was, like, mind-blowing to 12-year-old Nathan. Yeah, Open BNet. Yeah, exactly. Well, because I want to use my single-player character, man. I don't want to level 2 guys. Hell no. I only get the computer for an hour a day. I didn't have my own computer until... Man, I didn't have my own computer until I bought that shitty 9-inch screen laptop EEE PC. That was like 2010, 2009. Yeah, and that thing sucked. But like any toaster, it could play Brood War. So played a lot of Brood War on that toaster. Yeah, D2 BNet was that was legit though. This is the good old days. Click the gem until it's purple and then press Alt F4 for map hacks. And I'm like, what are map hacks? And the guy's like, just do it to find out. And I'm like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're trying to tell me I'm even gonna get here. And then, of course, I closed my game like 5 times, and I'm like, it didn't work, it crashed. And they're like, yeah, is your computer bad? And I'm like, I guess it's a shitty computer. All right? So if you ever trolled somebody with one of those, if you ever got someone with that joke, it may have been 12-year-old Nathan, okay, you sick bastard. All right? Making me close my Diablo game for no reason, trying to teach me life lessons. Trying to teach me life lessons about following instructions from strangers on the internet? Are you kidding me? So anyway, I learned some really good life lessons about taking random instructions from strangers on the internet. And that's when Nathan made his first closed BattleNet character. Oh, it was a big day for me. So what do we think? Like, he's got to be getting Ling speed, right? Yeah, I'm not worried about it, bro. I am not sweating it. Meow. Oh. I apologize. The door was still closed. You are right. I I didn't mean to close the door on you, SCVs, okay? It wasn't on purpose. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. I love you too. Bring it in. My army's a little less dystopian than the Avatar verse. You're on the TV in my living room, and my partner was like, "Is he shirtless?" I just can't wear a I guess, yeah, I don't know. It really wasn't what I was going for. Is it more or less embarrassing if I just tell you I literally grabbed the first thing I could in the closet this morning? You're right, I could have tried harder for you. I could have. Of course, nobody makes this comment until 6 hours into the stream. And now I realize it's because everybody else watching my stream is apparently a bunch of... I won't say it. But... it's okay. It's okay to be a gooner, guys. It's okay. Probably not, but... I get it. I get it. I put a lot of work. Put a lot of work into this. Exactly, JW. Exactly. Tier 3 subs. Tier 3 subs get feet pics. You guys know that. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. They're my dog's feet, just to be clear. Lewis has really nice toes. Smell like Fritos. I don't even have an engineering bay. What am I doing? Everything here is shaping up pretty nicely, though. We have all of the stuff. We've got our battle cruisers on the way. Well, they're about to be, actually. So no, let's not build 500 more things yet. Okay, now we have Yamato on the way. 1-1 is on the way. Is the eBay done? Almost. I did just beat this guy, so I'm wondering what he'll do after that little rage quit. I want to know how many corruptors he's going to make this game. Like, is this going to be the craziest corruptor rush of all time, or infestation pit? Yeah. Oh, he's already got it. Yeah, Roy. There we go. Okay, so that's what we're dealing with. I didn't think he was going to let it go, so... Damn, he went right for it, too. That's okay. It does be like that sometimes. I think the BCs can save the base here. I probably shouldn't risk it, like, too much. We'll trade some workers just to, like, make sure. See, we're fine. We're fine. Oh! Kamehameha! No. Damn. Well, I tried. Tried, boys. It will be much harder if he's actually going to build corruptors, so that's just the way it be. Try to do a little mini battle cruiser envoy, move out of Reno. But basically, we're just gonna have to try and do that max out thing. I'm gonna guess he'll get infestors. He already had the infestation pit, so there's almost no reason to believe he might not just neural us in the middle of nowhere, and then If we lose any battle cruisers to that, that's usually what does us in. So make sure they all start. There we go. And reset. Bet you didn't even know I could do that, huh? Need to get 3-3. My battle cruisers are at 2-2 right now. Getting this 4th base is going to be giga important. Oh, shit. Brood Lords? What? All right, then. There you go. Broodlord snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Did I like tilt him and he's like, oh, he's gonna go mech now? Like he thought I was gonna transition. He's like, it's my worst enemy, Nathanias, aka Mechna. I'm funny. You're allowed to laugh. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Welcome to Jurassic Park. I guess he forgot speed. Oh, he really doesn't have that much. He also doesn't have upgrades. Oh, fuck it, we ball. Let's go. We ball. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Get your wings clipped. Little drone drive-by. Now, when a Zerg player in this situation gets ornery, the thing that ends up happening is they just say, F it. They throw everything at you. including the kitchen sink, which is against the lease, but you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't care about the consequences at that point. So we do need to prepare a little bit for him to just YOLO every corruptor he has and say, oh, I don't care how many mines you have, I don't care how many turrets you have, I've got like 40 corruptors, I'm gonna kill you anyway. We just want to make sure that we have a special little box prepared for him if he tries that. But aside from that, no, it's just max out on BCs and then, you know, yeah, yeet straight into him. That's it. That's it. Oh, he brought Ling speed this time. See, I do like that. That is heartwarming to me, though. It's what I would want him to do for me, you know? It's what he'd do for me. It's what I'd do for me. I say we just YOLO. Fuck it, man. I'm going in. I'm sending it. No tears, no lies. It's who we're born to be. Yeah, let's go. Let's dance. Alright, so we deleted all of his overlords. Hive is going away. Pool's going away. Yeah, there's still some stragglers here, huh? I stopped him from pulling more energy, so that's nice. Look at that. Big bang attack! I think we're fine here. I may have just focused an overlord in the middle of the battle, but I think we're still doing it. I think we're still getting it done. Look at that. Oh, where are your overlords, good sir? Do you have a permit for those? Same mine. Ah, good times. Good times. The same mine. You're right. You're right. He ran into his lings into this. That's pretty funny. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. Oh my god, dude. Bro's got like three adrenal cracklings, but he doesn't have speed. He had all the upgrades on him. When he ran in with the slow ones, let's actually look at the replay. Fuck it. When he ran in with the slow ones, they already had 1-1 upgrades. So I was just like, it was just crazy. I just want to take one more look at this. Yeah, of course it was Pool first. Of course. None of this surprises me. Him forgetting Ling speed is one thing. You need to give him a break. He's a barcode. He's a barcode and he cheesed me. I gotta cut him slack? What are you talking about? How long did he delay my gratification by not allowing me to take my gas for so long? I've already filed an HR complaint. He's cooked. They're gonna put this barcode under a performance improvement plan, guys. G fucking G. Yeah, because he's like, he rushes straight to mutas, but he's got his hive halfway done. Then he goes into corruptors. And I'm gonna say it, he totally gets adrenal before he gets Ling speed, right? That's what we're gonna see here. That's where this, yeah, there it is. There it is. I knew it. I knew it. What a flex. And then, I can't believe he does this, but he just tries to push me with Broodlords, which is unbelievable. What a game. So I just want to say, the whole reason why we rewatched this, he rolls up to my base with all of these slow lings. They all die before he gets speed, but they have 1-1. They have 1-1 and adrenal. These lings have adrenal glands, guys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. These Zerglings right here have adrenal. So it's just funny. It's just yeah, see, it finishes right as they die. But yeah, he is in my base. He's got adrenal 1-1, but no speed. I can't tell if I should be like insulted or impressed or what. But yeah. Yeah. That's gonna be a no from me, dog. Alright guys, that's gonna do it for the show tonight. That game was actually pretty fun. I needed one like that to end on, because we really went at it today, didn't we? But yeah, thanks so much for hanging out. God bless you. Have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow.